If ever indeed. Alright, so we're live, episode 30. Awesome. Also, it's not Independence Day yet, but we're gonna have the flag up anyways. I have the Independence Day logo up on our screen.
Do you have eagles screeching and cannons thundering?
The giant saucers burning through the atmosphere and lasering all the major monuments on Earth. So shall we just dive right into Star Citizen stuff? Because we were talking a little about it before. What do you want to... Let's talk about Inside Star Citizen first, from last week, because we didn't do an episode last week.
Yeah. What was Inside Star Citizen last week about?
Life Among the Clouds.
Oh, yes.
So, Crusader and Orison Landing Zone, and then some of the major features of Alpha 314. So, actually I'm going to play that on screen. But, yeah, so... last week we had the last ISC that we're going to get for a while, because they're on break right now. And they talked about pretty much everything that's coming in Alpha 314. So we got Crusader, which, by the way, will be the first ever fully explorable, fully traversable, and fully realized gas giant in gaming history. I don't think a lot of people realize that.
Well,
this is a huge thing.
It does depend how far you stretch, like fully explorable and shit like that. Because you got, what was it, Star Map? That has, you can go in Jupiter and shit, but even then, it's not in, a game world kind of thing.
Yeah, but in terms of, here's a full size, a full spherical gas giant, you can essentially, if you wanted to, go from point A, say point A is the North Pole and the South Pole, and you want to go to and from, and then back, just essentially 360 around the entire planet, you can.
Well, They had said, and in the leak server they pointed out, so there's a new status that ships have, a new stat ships have for how much pressure they can withhold, how much atmospheric pressure, and if you go too deep, your ship will be destroyed. It'll take damage. It'll eventually be destroyed because your ship can only take so much pressure, which
makes sense. Yeah.
Water. But that does mean you cannot fly through the center of the gas giant from the North Pole of it to the South Pole.
Say you're exactly. You're only say we're taking a flat a 2D image of the gas giant and we section it off in force, right? So you fly to the top fourth of that section, completely through the middle. Yeah, you'd be fine. And you can completely do that. But my point was that if you're just flying through at normal atmospheric pressure levels, say the same,
Well, no, they said for Orison, you cannot fly through the center of it. You will be destroyed. There's too much pressure.
No, I'm saying not in the center. I'm just saying flying around.
Yes. You're right.
I mean, why would you want to? It's just a giant ball of gas with a possible molten, not molten, liquid metal core. That's not saying that won't be cool, but it's there's not really anything to do, so it's just more gas.
To be fair, how much do you want to bet that they've actually gone and made that fucking
liquid core? Because it's theorized that Jupiter has a liquid metal core. It's not molten, just liquid.
Yeah, it's just all the gas under that much pressure. It's turned into a liquid form.
So. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to bet that maybe not in this patch, maybe not tier 0, but say tier 3, a few patches from now, if you actually go and explore there, yeah, I'm willing to...
That'd be pretty cool.
It would be, because it's oh, cool, I saw this, and then you blow up. But it's worth it, because you saw that. Hey, Victor, and hey, Hilm29 are in the chat. How's it hanging, guys? But yeah, you can see some of the footage of the Orison landing zone, the floating city, the cloud city, on screen right now. It looks beautiful.
No, with the that new pressurization stat that ships will have, how much pressure can it withhold? That's also going to go and play in once we have underwater mechanics, because
hopefully. They did say that some ships, not all, but some ships will be submersible. I think they mentioned the Vanguard being one of them. I could be wrong there. I just remember that being one of the ships they said.
I mean, to be fair, I would expect all ships to be submersible. It's just a question of how far, because I mean, if it can go and be, if it's vacuum proof, it'll keep out water. Just how deep can you go?
Yes, but then you run into does it keep out water? But then you have to rely on your thrusters to stay underwater because of buoyancy. So
yes,
So it's kind of like for instance, a freelancer. I can't imagine the freelancer.
Ship up with water.
Not
and you
really.
would be, as long as your suit could hold the pressure, or if you just maintained atmospheric pressure in like the cockpit. Let's say if you had like a freelancer, if you go and you have the cockpit door closed, all the other rooms are flooded. Potentially speaking.
Yeah. Oh, and Victor says, meh, for me, a few days ago I got my wisdom teeth removed, and yesterday I got a cold, so overall I'm not in a good mood. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I can relate to that. Sorry. Have some ice cream, or milkshakes.
Yeah, right.
But, yeah, like that, just not to get off topic real quick, but with water game, like just anything based around water and Star Citizen. Fun. But back to the gas giant stuff and clouds. They did say that we're not getting the new planetary cloud tech on other planets with this patch that's going to come later.
Correct.
Right now, it's only going to be for Crusader, which I will admit I was hoping, very much hoping that would be the case. Like that wouldn't be the case. That we would get cloud techs on, say, Microtech or Microtech's moons, where they're really, really dense cloud covers on those moons and such. But I can understand where it's like they did say that it's not fully like it's there, obviously, like it's tier 0, but it still needs a lot of work. You're gonna notice it in some things. Like we're still working like since ISE came out last week. They said like we're still working on it, so it's like we're gonna need a bit more time before we move it over to other planets. Which you know what, I'm fine because first off they said look, it's not really ready yet. Like we're still working out the kinks here. So and you can even see right now in game how the volumetric cloud tech in Gas Nebula cloud tech that we already have around the Lagrange points and the R&R stations. Sometimes, like you see the sun, the clouds don't diffuse the sunlight really.
Correct. Yeah.
So
it's
and it does seem to work
there.
here. Like they finally got that worked out here in Crusader. So I'm hoping that once they really okay, we got it nailed down, it's working for the way we want it in Crusader, then we're going to add it to the Lagrange points and to the other planets and to the moons and etc.
Yep.
So, and I'm liking that. We're not just going to add a semi-functioning, we're going to add it when we think it's fully functioning.
Yeah.
And it looks great so far. Like because anyone that's really watched any of our game streams where we're playing around, we're just flying through that 2D texture cloud layer on planets, we're like, man, I wish these were real clouds. Like constantly saying that. So it'll be really nice to finally get those sweet-ass clouds that we can just fly through and get obscured vision, have like little droplets and stuff on the windshield and everything. That'll just be really cool.
You just have your 890 jump out there, sipping a martini in the clouds.
Yeah. And then add that to the fact that you can elevate the ramp, right? And the elevator. And have like a little party on the deck of the ship, so to speak, in the clouds.
Honestly,
How cool would that be?
Hope we have the option to have like, hey, here's a table, and you can place the table anywhere you want. Hey,
and then sit some chairs, and then boom, you have like a little dining area on that hangar on the 890.
One thing too, I've been hoping they might add when they showed off like the Nomad, for example. I hope they add camping gear, like of some kind, like to the point where I can make my own little camp. So like little lights, chairs, tables, maybe a bedroll that like it would be really cool if they would make it so like you can use a bedroll. They'd have to nerf it in some way to make it so like you can save there. Maybe it'd just be like no, you can't save there, which would suck. You can save there, but there's limitations. I don't know, but it'd be really cool if I could make my own campsite just wherever.
I hope so, especially since we have those emergency aid shelters.
Yep.
But yeah, they also showed off how, and you saw it earlier in the footage, but they had the jets, like the maneuvering thrusters that kind of help keep Orison afloat, which I thought was really cool, especially since they mentioned that there might be engineering gameplay revolving around that. Hey, you might have to deliver something,
you gotta fix these or
do some work around Orison itself to help keep it afloat and all that. Like, I like that. I like how they're making the location an objective as well as just here. It's not just a place to go to. It's a place to actually do things at. Unlike a lot of the other locations right now, Microtech is really the only one that comes semi close to that. New Babbage, I should say, on Microtech is the only one that comes close to that, where it's like you go there and you can do other things because the commons area and that shopping area is really, really quite expansive. It's really cool. But Lorville has the potential with that, like, essentially stock exchange area, but for traders and such. And same with the TDD at both New Babbage and Area 18 at ArcCorp. But until those display screens actually display real-time information that's relevant in game and not just placeholder screens. Yeah,
it's gonna be after we get like the full Quanta system in place and everything.
Yep. Also, we're getting the new ship HUD, and I'm liking it. I'm liking the new ship HUD.
Well, but before we get on that, one thing I wanted to note too. So in the shops with 314 here, it does look like we're going to be getting to the Gray Cat armor, which was being sold promotionally with the Rock DS.
Right.
It does look like we're going to be getting that armor with 314, and not just the armor, but meaning not just like the paint armor, but we're going to be getting a regular, variant that people who can buy in game can get. That'll be the yellow variant. It looks like we will be getting that with 314.
So it's actually going to be in-game purchasable with UEC and not just a exclusive subscriber or Rock DS armor. That's good. That's good.
The colors, not
right. Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that, and I wish they did that with more armors actually, where it's like, okay, these specific color variants, yes, you have to buy specifically with the the Rock DS or subscriber flare or whatever. But if you want, like, for instance, that Tavarin armor, right? That subscriber flare Tavarin armor, the white and red bone work like armor, like, you want that specific version, yes, that's subscriber flare. You have to be a subscriber to get it. But if you want to get, say, just this, pretty much all the other color variants, you can get those in games, no problem. Victor says our heads are deep in the clouds. So just briefly summing up, they also said they're doing Orison similar to how they did New Babbage, so we're not getting everything in 314. 315 is going to be like new Orison version 2, so they're going to add all the shops and stuff in later.
Yep.
So yeah, Crusader and Orison Landing Zone. Crusader's the very large primary gas giant in the Stanton star system, which is the star system we currently have in game. Which, by the way, the second Crusader's implemented, it will mean we have a fully finished star system in Star Citizen. Plenty of focus on the character of Orison to make it feel realistic and lived in, which they did by styling it based on the 1950s Americana feel. So it feels like a very high-tech touristy location. Orison's atmosphere change between night and day thanks to lighting moods, and then Port Olisar will be reworked, stated on Spectrum, which I actually helped I helped someone start a Spectrum thread regarding what they should do with Port Olisar and how they shouldn't get rid of it, but just visually rework it and make it more functional.
And
essentially, it was essentially like here, supersize it and make it really cool. And honestly, I will link that Spectrum thread in the. Oh crap! I can't do it right now. I'll link it at the in the comment section later because I can't do it right now, unfortunately. Actually, no. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Hold on. I'll do it right now. I'll put it in the chat.
All it really needs, in my opinion, are some hangers, because the pads are nice, and especially if you're like, I just want to touchdown, repair, refuel, do something quick, and then go. Pads are great, but it needs some hangers just to prevent people from just pad ramming and that kind of shit. You just need some hangers in there to go and allow people to spawn safely. But other than that, the only other weird thing about it is the fact that it is just one station copied 4 times over. That is a bit odd.
Yeah.
But
well, that's why. So I just put the link to that Spectrum thread in the chat so everyone can see it. And I'll put it in the comment section again, I guess. But it's essentially like, okay, here instead you have the rings actually be walkable, and you can like walk around, have windows in them, so you can see outside and all that, and have hangers as well as pads. You can have a best of both worlds type thing. So it's essentially like supersize the station and then take advantage of the supersizing. Because I don't think anyone wants just another R&R station. I don't.
Yeah, that'd be stupid.
I don't want just another R&R station. Like, I've grown attached to that old bucket of bolts.
Well, I mean, it was our
it was the first ever
location.
thing. Yeah. The first thing ever in Star Citizen, really. In terms of, like, actual, like, in the universe as we know it now, you know, it's like, it's the first thing we had. I don't want it to go away. I'm fine with it being, like, supersized and essentially updated, but I don't want it to essentially be gotten rid of.
Just be ripped out and be like, oh, it's gone.
No.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And apparently a lot of people don't either. But other features coming 3.14 are hospitals. Though I don't think, did they say functioning hospitals or just the hospitals?
No, well, because the medical gameplay is coming in 3.15.
Right, so it's just gonna be the locations, which, let's be honest, that's how you do it. You get the locations in so that you can add the gameplay in. This way, you already have some in place for that gameplay.
Now, it does sound like, to kind of segue into the Colorado devs we had Friday, it sounds like if they do manage to get everything done in time for 3.15, it does sound like medical gameplay tier 0 is tier 1 if you call MedPens tier 0. It sounds like it's going to be a pretty beefy update. So, among other things, they go into detail in the video.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can remember it. But you essentially will have one. You've got a couple of different drugs being implemented, and like they were saying, you've got the new handheld medical tool. So this is not the multi-tool medical attachment. This is a separate medical tool that would essentially be
the Pure Life gun, right?
It'd be like a utility item that you would equip, and it will let you go and adjust what chemicals you're putting into a person and see, okay, if I put, for example, let's say if someone, okay, here, actually, let me go back into why chemicals are important. So there's going to be different tiers of wounds.
Yeah, so here, I got it here. So 3 tiers. We got tier 1, which is like, okay, you need to go to a hospital. Tier 2, essentially think of it as a DEFCON system. So 1 is most extreme, 3 is least extreme. So tier 1 is a hospital. Tier 3 is a large medical bay on, say, like the 890 jump or a Idris.
No,
pretty much
tier 3 would be like the Cutlass Red.
No, I said tier 2. Oh, did I say tier 3? And then tier 2.
I've got a microfracture and I like.
Yeah, tier 2, I said tier 2 is the 890 jump stuff. And then tier 3 is, Cutlass Red, essentially an ambulance. You just need an ambulance.
Yeah.
A medic.
The 890, judging from what they were saying, I don't remember, what kind of bed does the 890 have? Was it a tier 1?
It's similar to the Carrick, where it's got like the giant MRI and essentially like a full decked out suite.
It's only a tier 2, because the way they were at least describing it in the video was that tier 3 is going to be
tier 2.
Top. Did they for 890?
I said it's tier 2.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a tier 2 bed where it's like a full decked out med bay suite of medical equipment and stuff, but it's not a hospital. It's not a dedicated facility to this type of work. It's just, here's a med bay for things that you can do. Like, and they did say, like, you'll be able to use these sort of things. Like, okay, if you need to go to the hospital but you're not near one, you can use this to stabilize someone until you get there.
Yeah, well, and one thing to note, so these tier 1, 2, tier 3 injuries. So these are not injuries to where you're gonna go and just like trip over your face and oops, you have a tier 1 injury now. It's not gonna be like that. It's gonna be where, hey, you've been in combat for a week now, and gosh darn it, they keep on shooting your left arm. And you've had your left arm wounded multiple times. And
to the point where you now have to get it amputated and replaced with a robotic limb.
Like MedPens, but the underlying, so there's your actual health, which, it can go down, it can go up, but then you have a wear and tear on the limb as well. And that also would need to, over time, that will accumulate and would eventually need to be repaired at medical facilities. Otherwise, you get these tier 1, tier 2, and then tier 3 injuries. That's essentially what would happen with those.
So it's
these
like
these are
layers of
more
health
severe
systems
long-term.
that essentially, okay, once this health layer depletes, another health layer, or depletes a certain
Correct.
amount of times, then you have this other health system that's like, okay, now this is starting to
Correct.
take
Or if
damage,
you take like a
and yeah.
horribly traumatic injury, I would assume there would be some things that would be able to take you immediately to like a tier 1 or tier 2 injury. Probably not tier 3. If you got something that bad, it's probably just going to outright kill you.
No,
But
tier 3 is the least, tier 1 is the worst.
I hate how they goddamn.
Think of it as DEFCON. It's like DEFCON 1, DEFCON 5.
It's so fuck all stupid. This is what happens when you have the British running thing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Seriously, it's fucking stupid. Hey.
By the way, Victor says, "Oh, dumb thought, Star Citizen X Transformers." We've been doing Bacterium and I have been kind of fooling around with that in our Discord server for like the last 5 years. So, welcome to the club. It's an old idea, but a fun one nonetheless. I think we decided that the 300 series would be the Seekers. I think that's something we finally decided on. But yeah, if you're in the Discord server, just scroll up in some of the chats like from like 2 years ago, and you'll see stuff. And Victor says, "Oh, you can cure beating to death with a Rampidus with later updates." Of course, he's referring to the time that Data tried dragging my corpse off up a ramp of the Cutlass, and the ramp kept killing me.
Yes, and
my corpse wasn't respawning, by the way. It was a weird glitch, but we have it all on footage.
And they did say so with injuries that, for example, let's say if your legs were to go and suffer like a tier 2 or tier 3 injury. So this is back into why the chemicals are important. As a medic, you could go and be like, hey, I'm going to go and inject you with some morphine, whatever they call their in-game variant of it.
Whatever they call it, their
pain,
their
into you to alleviate the symptom of those larger injuries. So now that's not alleviating the injury itself. You still have the injury, and you can make it worse, but the symptoms of it are alleviated for a certain amount of time while the chemical is running through you to go and let you. So, for example, let's say if you're in the middle of a cave and you take just enough damage that, hey, you've broken both of your legs now, and they go and your squad medic runs over, he injects you with the chemicals, and with the new medical tool, which again is not the multi-tool medical attachment, like the separate medical tool, you can see, hey, if I put this much into them, it'll go and alleviate these specific symptoms for this long, but that then also means if he takes other injuries or if he has other injuries that need to be balanced out, you could go and overdose him. And so you'd have to kind of be like, okay, how do I want to actually do this? And that way then, he injects you and then he's now able to walk, albeit maybe badly, but he would be able to actually maneuver to get out of the cave again, as opposed to being dragged out, which is another option. You could just go and be like, hey, I'm going to drag.
It's essentially, do you want to be dragged? It's a difference between dragging him out and having him, he's not going to be able to walk on his own properly, but he'll be able to at least move. He'll be able to move of his own power out of the cave. That's
exactly. Also, too, one other thing that's important with the medical gameplay in 3.15 is that now when you go and take a injury that would normally kill you, so this is a time when normally you would be dead, and it's not such a there's still some things where it's like the example they use was if an Idris railgun were to hit your character who is an EVA, you're gone. That's it. But if you're just shot up while you are in the middle of a firefight or something, and your buddies are there, they clear everyone out. Instead of just dying and respawning immediately, you have an option of saying, hey, I want to try to hold on a bit here for someone to come and rescue me, and that would then be where the medical gameplay kicks in.
Yeah, now, so I have the notes here. So, injuries, the wear system will be introduced. A frequently injured body part will become twice, but anyway, so it will become permanently injured until healed with medical bed. There will be 3 tiers of severity for injury. At tier 3, you'll start suffering permanent consequences. Example given: tier 3 arm injury causes weapon sway when holding a gun. In Tier 1, you'll become unable to use the injured limb at all. Example given being not being able to stand up if your legs are Tier 1 injured. And to heal an injury, you must go to a medical facility, i.e. Tiers 2. Given whatever tier injury it is, say it's Tier 3, then you can heal it at any tier medical facility, because a Tier 1 will be able to heal Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 1. And, essentially, a Tier 2 can heal Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Yep.
So that brings us also
Tier 1's can handle it and anything lower.
Yeah, so then we got medical facilities, which are, tier 1 will be hospital, Tier 2 will be medical bed, or I'm just gonna call it like medical bed suites, where it's got full decked out med bay, so i.e. 890 Jump, the Carrick, Idris, etc. And Tier 3 will be smaller medical beds, like on the Cutlass Red ambulance. And medical facility will be able to heal injuries that are the same or lower tier, as I just said. So Tier 2 can heal Tier 2 and 3 injuries. When you die, you will respawn in a hospital in a gown. If you died in a landing zone, your gear will be with you in your room. Otherwise, your gear will remain at the location where you died. You will be able to choose which hospital you respawn, and you will be able to spawn. You will only be able to respawn at a Tier 1 or Tier 2 facility. That is if you die.
So the Cutlass Red, you can no longer actually spawn there.
So, for instance, if Cam or I were to get shot up and we're near our Cutlass, he can respawn on the Cutlass. The Carrick.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Both have C's and A's in them, whatever. Tools and drugs. So the multi-tool healing attachment will be an improved version of the MediPen, which is what we currently use to just jab ourselves in the arm. Okay, we're fully healed through in-game gameplay, medical magic. So now we're getting actual medical gameplay with 315. This is going to be a more in-depth system. So the multi-tool healing attachment, similar to like the mining attachment or the tractor beam attachment, it's just a little tool that you slot into your multi-tool that has like serums and stuff in it, and it'll act as an improved version of the MediPen, as well as allowing you to scan a person to identify health issues. So it's essentially like a tricorder, medical tricorder for Star Trek. There will be different drugs to solve different issues. Drugs will not heal injuries, just temporarily remove the symptoms. So, obviously like painkillers and stuff like that. So then we have blood. Drug level will appear on your status HUD, showing how much drugs are inside your system, medical drugs, alcohol, etc. When taking drugs, you will have to balance how much you can take, or you will overdose and pass out.
Yep. And you have to have another medic rescue you.
Yep. So then we have medics and revival. So there's going to be a down state now. Will be introduced. So instead of dying, you will go into a down state unless you receive a huge amount of damage. So, i.e., in which case you'll instantly die. So if you get shot in the head 15 times, you're not going into a down state. You're going to fall on the floor like a corpse. But if you're taking, say, 3 shots to the chest of a high caliber round, you're probably just going to be in a down state. In the down state, you will be unconscious and slowly dying in a few hours until death. So you have a lot of time, a few hours, not just
got enough.
It's not like 20 minutes and you're gonna die. We're talking maybe
you got enough time to get
a few hours, so anywhere between 1 to 3 hours, at least. When you enter the down state, you can choose to immediately respawn. Because some people, say you're just alone. No one's going to be coming to rescue you in time or something like that, or you're just playing in, you don't want to wait, right? That's what Chris was talking about in the video. Chris Roberts, he just, sometimes players just don't want to wait to be rescued, they just want to get right back into the fight. Get me out of here. So you'll be able to choose to respawn immediately, causing your character to die and acting as a death. Taking drugs will give you a timer for how long they affect you, so like any other RPG, thank God. As a medic, if you do not have the correct drugs, you can body drag someone to a hospital and drop them off at the emergency elevator.
So that's what we were seeing some pictures of emergency drop off. That's for, hey, I'm not a medic, all I've got is a fucking ship. You can drag your buddy over there and boom, there you go.
And then they talked about this is all from the Calling All Devs video with Richard Schreier, which by the way, whenever you like we talked about this before the stream, but I have to say this on record. That man, every time I love seeing that man on camera for Star Citizen videos because you can just the second he's on a video talking about whatever game mechanics it is, like FPS stuff, you can just see the passion in that guy. Like I love him. He's awesome. Obviously, it's Chris Roberts, also same thing. But I'm going to show Richard Schreier here. You know, like every time he's talking about something, like you just see how happy he is to talk about it, and just how much he loves it, and just the creativity and the passion that goes into this stuff is just really, really reassuring and unfortunately rare to see. And I love it. I absolutely love seeing it. Like when he talked about FPS gameplay and CitizenCon, what like 2 years ago now, in 2019.
Yeah.
I swear that was one of my favorite panels, just because of how in depth they talked about. Like they literally talked about every minute detail in FPS gameplay, and just seeing him light up and talking about it was just such a refreshing thing. Back to what they were saying in this episode of Calling All Devs, they talked about plans for the future, which was with healing mechanics. When you die and leave your stuff behind, there won't be any more infinite bags of holding stuff. It's moving to the local inventory system, the physical inventory system. So you can't just have. It's not going to be like, okay, Chris Roberts talked about this in that video he and Andy made, where it's it's the physical inventory system. You're not going to be able to have everything in your inventory. It's not going to be like Fallout, where like you have 500 of your stuff in your Pip-Boy menu. You're only going to be able to carry what you can physically carry on your person. And it's not going to be like a weight system. It's going to be like whatever you can physically carry. Like you can only carry 5 magazines on your person, you can only carry 5 magazines on your person. That's how it's going to be.
But that's what backpacks are for, so I can carry another 100.
Exactly, and you can attach backpacks to your armor, so you can have an external... essentially, think of it as like an external hard drive for your computer, to have extra memory. Same rules apply here. You're having an external storage space attached to your person, so you can carry more stuff. With the current inventory system, diminishes challenge and immersion when you can store thousands of a single item single item at any time. 500 SMGs. So yeah, for instance, I'm not going to be able to do that anymore. I'm not going to be able to have 500 SMGs on my person at all times, and 400 assault rifles and etc. I'm going to have to find a place to store all that stuff.
The
hangar or underground warehouse, a la Terminator 2.
Just open up the door. What's this place? Just turn on the lights and just row after row after row.
Like you just see the one minigun on the wall. That's definitely. Players will only have access to things stored in local areas, such as landing zones and ships. Yes, the physical inventory system means you're going to have to store whatever you're not carrying on your person at your apartment, at your hab, your hangar, your ship, whatever. Warehouses eventually, so you'll be able to buy out storage areas. There will be a new Mobigless app named Asset Manager that will show where every item you own is stored. So it's essentially like a Equipment Manager 2.0. It's going to actually show everything you own, where you have it stored. So this way you're not going say this, because this happens to me a lot in like the Outer Worlds and Fallout. Like, oh crap, where did I keep that specific plasma rifle with the whatever scope attachment and the electric damage add-on and whatever? Like, where did I keep that specific weapon or item? You're not going to have that problem because it's going to show you exactly where it is. And then finally we have player healing. Personal inventory is aimed towards 3.15, so not this coming patch, not 3.14, but 3.15, which is Q3, right? Is that right, Cam? Q3 of 2021?
Should be.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. So it will also include FPS radar hacking. Seems like they go into specifying that FPS radar and hacking, which were 3.15, are now a 3.15 maybe. So they may not be in 3.15.
Yeah, it depends how far along they are with those mechanics. There's also too, bearing in mind, like with hacking, it's not just that they need to put in attacking, they also have to integrate it into the game system to the point where missions now utilize it. All the terminals in the comm buoys and where your stat, all of those are now using it. It's not just the thing itself, but integrating the thing. So.
No, Victor, the ramp did tier 2 at best.
The what who?
He's referring to the time that the Data tried to kill me with the ramp. Well, he didn't try to kill me. He tried to help me, and the ramp was trying to kill me.
Help you, kill you, what's the difference?
Exactly. He asked, the ramp hated you so hard it couldn't let you come back. Did you hurt it, Mando? Does walking on it hurt the ramp? I mean, you're putting your feet on its face.
I know it used to damage it. I think
no, that was in 3.13 that it would damage it. This was back in like 3.11, so or 3.12 or something like that.
Did 3.12 even exist?
Yeah, that's what Xenothreat.
What if Xenothreat wants you to think that?
Victor says, so I'm wondering, what's the likelihood of them adding power armor or some variation of the concept of the game? There is already. It's called Titan armor. It's not in the game yet. It's still in concept phase. Or is it concept phase? Or I'd say more like probably gray box, right? In terms of they're modeling it out.
We have, honestly,
They haven't really given us an update. Last we saw they were white boxing it. I would say.
Yeah, we know they exist, but my personal bet is that we haven't heard anything on them in like 2 years. Yeah. What it is that I'm betting they're used in 2, and so they're keeping it under wraps until we have the Squadron 42 mission where it's like, oh, surprise, Titan suit, and we're like,
yeah. We got that was hospitals. So back to Alpha 3.14 features and what's coming. So we talked about hospitals and medical gameplay. Although the medical gameplay is not coming in 3.14, that's coming 3.15. We went off on a tangent though. Planetary volumetric cloud, we talked about already. We're getting capacitors, which is essentially, if anyone knows what a capacitor is, then I don't need to explain it. But for those who don't know, it's essentially power management between shields, weapons, and thrusters. So essentially, we're finally getting power management in Star Citizen that works.
An actual power management process.
And that's what this means is that, say, if you're no more rapid fire spray and pray when you're dogfighting. That's going to be gone. Now it's going to be more, combat's going to be more skill-based and more time-consuming and less, I'm just going to spray and pray because I have energy weapons, and energy weapons only overheat. There's ammo. Not the case. This is essentially going to be, energy weapons will work similarly to your FPS, your handheld energy weapons, in that they rely on batteries. However, unlike your FPS weapons, those batteries, or capacitors, will recharge over time. But until they recharge, they are essentially depowered. Those weapons are depowered, you won't be able to use them until the capacitors recharge.
So you have a limited amount of ammo you can use. The ammo will be charged, but you still only have a max cap.
Also, they did say that ballistic weapons, specifically Gatling guns, will not have thousands upon thousands of ammunition, because normally, depending on the size of the ballistic cannon and what ship you're using it on, because it does depend on ship as well, you typically have anywhere between 4,000 to 8,000 rounds for your ballistic Gatling, which is
honestly,
a lot.
We need a lot more, in my opinion.
But they did say they're actually diminishing. They're going to be lowering the ballistic ammo count. They didn't say by what amount, so it could just be like 8,000 to 6,000 or something like that.
Because for some of the bigger, given how fast these weapons are firing,
and they did say they're going to increase the fire rate. They're increasing the RPM. So
that only means we're gonna that's gonna mean that's like, oh hey.
So it means you're going to be burning through ammo a lot quicker. Because the whole point of this is it's more skill based in that you're not going to be instead of spray and pray, you're going to have to short burst controlled bursts of your ammunition. So instead of just spraying and praying, and whenever you hit damage, you hit them, you do damage. It's when you do hit them, you do an extraordinary amount of damage. But that's when you're hitting them. Like you're not. You have to actually wait for your moment. Kind of like that. Episode Star Wars: A New Hope, I have you now and then fire type thing, versus just spray and pray all the damn time, waiting until you hit them.
Yeah, it's just gonna end up with, because I mean already people
It's
are
gonna need
shying away
reworking.
from
It's
ballistic
totally gonna need
weapons because
reworking.
I'm running out of ammo.
It's gonna need reworking. It's tier 0. It's never gonna be. They even said, like, look, it's
Yeah.
first implementation. It's not gonna be great. Obviously, like, we're gonna rely on the player feedback to improve it and fine tune it and make it work. But I'm kind of liking the whole skill based over just spraying and praying and, oh, ballistic is superior, whatever, damage and this and that. Like, because it does mean that you're gonna have to rely more on how well can you fly and aim versus what guns you have. It's also they also talked about shields, in that you're no longer going to have multi-face shields, so like rear, left, right, and forward shields on fighters. Essentially, size 1 and 2 ships. So only size 3. So size 3 and above ships.
Space.
Yeah, you're gonna have like a bubble shield effectively. So size 3 and up will still have the forward-facing, rear, and side and left, right shields. So Carracks and 890 jumps and stuff will all have shields the way we know and love them. But fighters, smaller craft, are going to have essentially one-facing shields. So that means if your shields go down, wherever you're hit, your shields go down, your shields are down.
Which is probably going to make fighters a lot easier to kill.
Yeah. And also adds that skill base. Again, it's probably not, like, that's something I'm a little bit worried about. Not because, well, mainly because I suck at flying, but also I'm just worried that it's going to be a little too easy. Like, yeah, I do want there to be some kind of challenge. Because, like, not everyone's an ace pilot. So, especially NPCs. So again, that's definitely going to be something where it's like, okay, this is tier 0, we're going to need to implement tier 1, where based on player feedback, it's a little stronger, or this, or that, or only 2 sides, I don't know. They're going to... It's going to need some improvements, obviously, but we have yet to actually see what it's like for ourselves, because 3.14 isn't. But back to the capacitors thing, so they also talked about, shields and weapons and thruster, like essentially power management. So capacitors are not only going to act as essentially rechargeable batteries for your energy weapons, but they're also going to allow you to manage power between the various systems. They did say that co-pilots will not be able to manage systems on someone else's ship. So if Cam is co-pilot on my Cutlass, he will not be able to manage power between shields and weapons on my ship. At least, unless he's in the pilot seat. But they did say that will be added probably in 3.14. So it won't be in 3.14, but it'll definitely be in this year or later or after 3.14. Which, thank God, finally, because it'll mean that co-pilot. We haven't had co-pilots being effective in. Missile operator mode and a rework of missile behaviors. So, would you like to take this one? Because you know more about it than I
do. So missile operator mode. So that's going to be where. So essentially, what we've had up until now is that when you fire a missile, I'm flying around. Hey, I want to fire a missile. I generally aim at my target, so they're generally in front of me. Press down my middle mouse button. Just tap it down. It'll start locking on a missile. And then once it's locked on, I hold it down and it fires the missile. So that was how it used to be. The way it's going to work now is that you actually have to change the mode the ship is in, similar to how you go and hit tab for the scanning HUD to come up. And when you switch over to this missile operator mode, your main ship weapons, so your guns, your lasers, all that kind of stuff, are no longer going to be able to be fired. Now, does this maybe mean that ships that have a co-pilot, if they have missile launchers, maybe the co-pilot can go and toggle that on and fire missiles? That's entirely possible. We don't know at this point. But as it is right now, at least for fighters, they were saying you cannot go and be locking on and firing missiles and be firing your actual ship's guns from the same seat at the same time. won't have.
So I'm hoping they change that for at least size, because I'm fine with it being for like larger ships that have, like, say, a Cutlass Black, where it's like, okay, you have a co-pilot, they can fire the missiles while you're aiming and flying and gunning.
For a single-seater fighter like a Gladius, it's just like, really?
But exactly, so that's why I'm saying, what if they, for size 1, it's like, okay, no, you can still fire and shoot at the same time. That won't be affected.
Yeah,
size 1 ships like the Gladius, the Saber, the Hornet series, essentially all fighter craft, because all starfighters are size 1 ships. So for fighters, that you can still fire both missiles and guns at the same time. Maybe they'll dial it back where it's like, okay, it's a power drain on your systems. So, like, you might burn through your ammo a little faster than you would if you were not firing missiles at the same time, right? Like your main gun ammo, or I should say your energy capacitors will be drained faster. But it still means that you can fire at the same time, no problem. But for size 2 ships and up, it's like, okay, yeah, no, you have to exit whatever. You have to go into your missile operator mode to fire the missiles separately of your regular guns. But for bigger ships, it's not that big of a problem because bigger ships have stronger shielding and multi-crew, which means that someone else can fly while someone else fires the missiles and such. So
yeah, it's not as much of a threat for you. Yeah.
So we got radar scanning and ping rework. So as much as I hate saying it, the long-distance probing stuff.
Honestly, so the long-distance probing stuff looks really cool.
It does. I love the idea where it's like, okay, the environment will actually affect your scanning. It's not just going to be like, okay, because right now, like in 3.13 and prior patches, scanning is just, it highlights objects and points of interest. That's it. It's essentially like you press a button and then within a, say, 12-kilometer range of you, objects and items of interest pop up. Like light up on your screen. But now it's going to be more realistic in that, okay, if radar, obviously, I don't need to go into how radar is going to work. It's similar to how it's going to be a rework of how it works now, but it's not going to be totally different. Like scanning is, where scanning and pinging, it's going to be like, okay, if I'm scanning for Cam, and he's in his Pisces, all stealthed out or whatever, turned off, and hiding behind a rock, like a giant asteroid, I'm not going to, the possibility of finding him may not exist. Because that rock is going to interfere with my scanning. And I may not read him until he pops out of the rock. From behind the rock. So the environment is actually going to play a role in your scanning. And I love that, because it means, you can actually hide from people scanning. You can hide behind the environment, rocks and asteroids, or stuff like that, and maybe eventually we'll have locations. We already have locations in Star Citizen universe, just not in game yet. But locations where it's like EM signatures would essentially be wild, like the Odin system, the Coil, which used to be Odin 1. It's essentially just a debris field where you have like arcs of electricity going everywhere. The electromagnetic field there is a mess. Like scanning for anything there is troublesome, to say the least. So it's a great place to hide out. And with the new scanning rework, that type of environment are going to play a major role in how scanning works. And for instance, like if I go in there without any proper scanning equipment, just default scanner on my ship, I'm probably not going to find much. In terms of if I'm trying to find a specific person or a ship or something. Because the EM field is going to be so interfered.
The note of these long-distance probes that we're talking about, from the way it sounded like they were talking about them, I don't know. We don't know what the case is. I believe from the way they talked about them, all ships will have them. It'll be something that it's just a standardized piece of equipment. It's not like only.
No, but I was saying that maybe in the future we're gonna have upgraded scanners where you have to get say scanners that can kind of differentiate or kind of just power through some of that EM field. So like the Squadron 42, the Squadron 42 vertical slice a few years ago, where you had that upgraded scanner module on your Gladius, so that you can kind of power through some of that EM interference of the Coil. Remember?
Yeah.
So
Or
stuff like
the,
that
the
is what
way
I was, what I meant. Like so, like not like you're going in with your ship that has no. It's essentially it's more that Star Citizen planning ahead, right tools for the job type thing. Because that's what Star Citizen does or is going to be doing very well and does very well already in some cases where it's like you need the right tool for the job, and you need to plan ahead before you just go into a situation. Um, Other in terms of 314 features, we're also getting canvas sliced HUD using building blocks, which is a template for future manufacturer HUD. So this is regarding ship HUD, so like your flight HUD, for when you're flying your ship or driving your vehicle. So we're getting the first implementation of the new building blocks HUD system, which they're going to be using for making manufacturer-specific HUDs based on the ship. So if you have an Aegis ship like the Gladius or an Avenger or Saber or Retaliator, you're going to have an Aegis style HUD that's specific to Aegis. And even if you have an Anvil ship, same thing. Cutlass and Drake ships, etc. So each manufacturer will have their own unique, specifically designed HUD using this new building blocks UI, which system, I should say, which allows them to essentially have the same UI, but with different placements and stuff. It's a little bit like it's in the name, like building blocks. You get to rearrange the HUD like building blocks. That's why they named it that, which is what kind of inspired me to start working on my own FPS HUD for Star Citizen. Because, like, yeah, if you have building blocks like that, it essentially means that you can make any style HUD you want, like showing the same information, but in different placements and different styles because of this building block system. So hopefully we see that being applied to FPS and on-foot HUDs as well. But for now, it's just going to be for ship stuff, and it's not even going to be specific. It's not going to be manufacturer specific yet in 3.14. In 3.14, this is just the template, the tier 0 implementation of this system. So we're seeing new HUD designs for all ships. Every ship is pretty much still going to be like the same HUD, but it's going to be the template for the new manufacturer specific. We're also getting the Constellation Taurus, so we're finally going to round out the Constellation series of ships, with the final Constellation ship being the Taurus. So the entire Constellation line will be in game.
I'm kidding.
So the Constellation Taurus is the cargo variant of the Constellation, where it sacrifices the snub fighter in the back, that D section, for more cargo. So it's got a larger cargo ramp. And
do we know what it is?
That's really it.
How much SCU?
What was that?
Do we know how much SCU it actually has?
I don't know offhand, but I'm sure it's listed somewhere. We're also getting the Xenothreat 2.0 event in 3.14. Supposedly. Which we covered a few weeks ago, based on feedback and test and footage and all that of the original Xenothreat event. This is essentially a better, improved version of that same event. So it's essentially Xenothreat again. We're definitely going to be playing it. It does come out this patch. We're also getting the Ninetales Lockdown event, which that is a separate event, right? That's essentially just they lock down a station like Crusader L1, and then you just dogfight around it. That's pretty much the event. And you get paid, and it's going to be dynamic on how the payment works and how the like if you have a crime stat, you get the criminal version of the Ninetales mission. If you don't have a crime stat, you get the Civilian Defense Force mission, which is the counter to it.
No, too. If you decide to help Ninetales, which that is an option. Unless it still depends. So it's like, okay, I want to help Ninetales because I'm a bad guy. Sure, but that doesn't mean if you start, like, the person who's offering the mission, because again, these missions are being offered by mission givers, the person offering the mission is not wanting to help Ninetales. They just want to hurt the Crusader Industries guys, which means Ninetales doesn't know you're on their side. They will, unless you specifically are good with Ninetales.
Right, so you're not, mission-wise, like according to the in-game systems, you're not on their side, but you are helping them out.
Exactly.
And lastly, we have surrender, like being able to surrender if you have a crime stat, like if you're a criminal. which essentially means instead of getting killed, or even like arrested, you can like surrender yourself to the authorities and then just being put in jail. Maybe it'll like reduce your sentence.
Now that is only in ships. It's not. You can't surrender.
Right. You can't physically fly over to the jail and just turn yourself in. Yet, at the moment, it's kind of just okay. You get pulled over by the cops. You don't have to fight it out and get killed in order to go to jail. You can actually surrender yourself.
And I believe they did confirm that you get a lower
sentence.
Lighter sentence if you turn yourself in.
Makes sense.
But anyway,
so that wraps up the ISC that we got last week. Life Among the Clouds. Moving on to the Sandy and Chris video that we got this week, which, by the way, it was really nice to see Sandy and Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Sandy and Chris Roberts. Chris Roberts, the guy that really heads the he's the head honcho, Star Citizen and Squadron 42. It's like this is his brainchild. They talked about various things. One of them was updates in gameplay. So 3.14 will probably release. They talked about release. 3.14 will probably release around mid-July, so like in a week or two from now. As of this video. They talked about medical gameplay and personal inventory, which are Chris's favorite parts of 3.15, of Alpha 3.15. They talked about new equipment and clothing system incoming for wearing clothing and armor, and more in depth they talked about the new asset loadout Mobiglass app that we mentioned earlier. And they talked about the discussion about cloning system, which is essentially when you die, a lot of you are probably wondering, wait, if you die and your gear is still out there, what, your body disappeared? No, your body's still there. You essentially get cloned, and when you're respawning in a hospital after you die, you're essentially a clone, and you have to go back to where you died to take your gear off of your dead body.
Unless someone gets to it first. But about the system, Chris was saying how you can clone yourself about 3 or 4 times before you are permanently dead, which goes back to the Death of a Spaceman game mechanic that he talked about years ago, which is permadeath. Star Citizen will have permadeath. So, yeah, it means that you can die like 3 or 4 times or permadeath, but you have 3 or 4 lives. Like old school, you have 3 lives. You Pac-Man, you die, you come back, you have 2 more lives left. And then game over. There might be ways in game to go and restore or add.
Yeah, there might be like essentially, think like a Mario getting your 1 life, 1 up, right? So you get your extra life back type thing. They're probably I'm sure it's a game. There's going to be ways about it. But also, for anyone wondering, oh crap, there's permadeath, so if your character runs out of lives and dies, you're dead. Well, then you create a new character, and this character would act as essentially a next of kin to your previous character. And you get all your gear back. You get all the gear, and pretty much everything that your previous character owned is now your new character's. However, your reputation takes a major hit. Reputation is a major thing.
I would say a major hit, a decent hit, but it's not like
I say a major hit as opposed to being reset.
Yeah.
It's taking a major hit because you're not the same character, but AI as well as obviously players will be a little different, but in terms of the AI systems in the game, they'll recognize you as, say, the nephew of your previous character. So they're going to cut you some slack because you're the nephew of him or her, but they're not going to treat you the same. It's like, okay, we'll cut you some slack here, but you still have to work, earn your worth, type of thing. And Kretsock says, hey there, stopping in to say hi. Hey Kretsock, Victor says, side thought, you know how Overwatch works? Well, I had an idea for a game mode for those types of games, roster versus roster, where the 2 teams are so large the entire character roster is filled for both. Isn't that what Overwatch does? I played Overwatch maybe once or twice back in 2016. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
On my own console, so I don't know, but I'll take your word for it. So that's the cloning thing, the permadeath stuff. Chris also talked about core tech. So lots of teams are working on the server meshing, around 20 people in total. are working on server meshing, which, for anyone who doesn't know, server meshing is essentially several servers. So say, just off top, like say we get 20 servers running one instance. So this is server meshing is how they're going to get every player playing on the same instance together, as opposed to right now where one server is one instance and it can only hold 50 players. This way you can have multiple servers running a single location or a single ship or whatever it is, and essentially server meshing would allow multiple servers to share that data load and run an object or location or whatever together, and this way you can have one instance spread across hundreds, if not thousands, of servers, and have essentially every Star Citizen backer playing together at once.
Yep.
So, most of the core features have already been finished, according to Chris. He also talked about one of the panels for this year's Digital CitizenCon. CitizenCon this year is going to be digital only due to the whole COVID-19 stuff, pandemic. Like he said, like they're all vaccinated and everything, but they're doing it digital anyways because it's just easier, less stressful for them. It's not like the where was it supposed to be?
I don't even remember.
Because they said like the location was also giving them issues regarding the whole COVID stuff, so like they just figured, screw it, we'll just do. But there will be a panel in CitizenCon this year all about server meshing, which I'm excited to hear. Proper global persistence, a new version of iCache, should be ready by the end of this year, according to Chris. So persistence, for anyone who doesn't know, just an example is, say you have a rifle, right? You have a gun, you drop it on, a random, unmarked, whatever location on the surface of yellow, and leave, and assuming no one else goes there to pick it up, you come back there, say 3 days, 2 months, a year later, it is still there. That's what persistence is in Star Citizen. That's the level of attention to detail they're going for. Chris also said a lot of problems with AI and events is a result of a lower server tick rate, which is also, I believe, what they mentioned in Star Citizen Live last Friday. They mentioned the same exact thing, because it was all about 3.14. They're talking about how, the events was due to a low server tick rate. So once they get that problem solved, AI should be functioning a hell of a lot better.
Should.
They also talked about how CIG currently has roughly 720 employees right now, which is huge considering how only 2 years ago they only had 500 employees.
Yep.
But since then they've opened 2 new studios, so naturally the employee rate went up. The UK teams will be moving to new offices next year. Lack of space in the current one, so they're just getting a new office building for more room, and we'll have around 400 people there, and will be the new flagship of CIG. So this is going to be like the new UK office is going to be the new head studio, the new flagship studio, the new enterprise of CIG's operations. And finally, we have Chris Roberts saying that Chris is still doing some coding. He's actually doing coding for the game himself. Currently working on physical skins. He's doing physical skins for collisions and character models, and Chris will be moving to the UK later this year to be with the Squadron team to get Squadron 42 finished. So he's going to be working on Squadron 42. So that's everything from the Chris Roberts video that we got. Regarding everything that we didn't... So we talked a lot about the Calling All Devs video already that we got this past Friday. We talked about all the medical gameplay stuff already. We didn't talk about the FPS radar and scanning stuff they talked about, as well as hacking. So FPS radar and scanning, they said, using the same system as the ship radar and scanning, but for on-foot player systems. Similar to ships, when pinging, you give out your own location to find others. Vehicle and ships detect EM, IR, so electromagnetic, infrared, and DS. Players' infantry detect electromagnetic, infrared, and decibels. So like sound. Cross section.
So essentially, the sound detection takes the place
of cross section scanning.
Of the
cross section.
Cross section.
So where ships have, so essentially it works identically to how ship scanning and radar works. The only difference is instead of cross section, right, like where you're scanning for a ship, you're scanning for the cross section of the ship. Players, you're scanning for the decibels of the player model.
But that also means that if you have a very stealthy player, if you're not scanning all the time, giving away your own position, you could walk right by them.
And they also say that cross-section and decibels are passive, while the others require an active ping. So EM and IR require an active ping. Decibels and cross-sections naturally would be passive, as you're always making sound, no matter how stealthy you are. No matter how stealthy you are, your ship still has a cross-section.
Unless that's what they want you to think.
FPS scanning will provide details on the person you are scanning, what equipment they have, what weapons, org affiliation, etc., which is awesome. It'll probably also include crime stat. I don't think it'll be health like it currently does in game right now. Like if you scan someone with your ship, it'll if you scan another ship with your ship and someone's on board, it'll show you the ship health and stuff like that. It's not going to do that probably, but it will show actual statistics, what weapon they're using, their org affiliation, what armor, what this, what that, whether they have a multi-tool or not, etc. So that's the FPS radar and scanning, which is all, I believe, coming in Alpha 3.15 as well.
Yeah.
Yes, because core gameplay update for Alpha 3.15. What Calling All Devs was about this Friday. So lastly, they talked about hacking, which is repurposing hacking chips, the crypto keys that we currently have, like the Ice Pick from Microtech or the Ripper and stuff like that. The crypto keys to be used as illegal skeleton keys that provide access to locations through a hacking minigame. The minigame consists of manipulating a 3D board on your UI to find a passcode which grants access. Which, the description reminds me a bit of the Deus Ex Human Revolution's hacking minigame, which I actually liked. But a 3D version of, which might be more fun.
Might. We'll see.
We have to see. I don't think they've actually really shown it in action. They've shown a little bit, but not the full minigame in action yet. So we have to wait.
Some people are theorizing that it might be something akin to a kind of sort of like the fucking pipes game, where it's connect.
Oh god, I hope. Well, again, if it's 3-dimensional, that lets it be a bit more. That lets them more creative freedom in how to go about it, which means it could be more fun. I mean, that's what the Deus Ex was, a version of the pipes thing, where you had to get the circuit to complete, but you had obstacles in the circuit, and you had to do quote unquote hacking within the hacking minigame, which was kind of interesting. They also talked about provides access to areas such as doors, elevators, power maintenance panels, etc. So all this stuff is going to be hackable in the future. So that wraps up the Calling All Devs stuff. Do we have anything else Star Citizen related?
Trying to think.
That was everything. That was the last 2 weeks of Star Citizen news. Oh no, we did forget one thing: ship refineries. Yeah. So this isn't coming in. When did they say when this is coming in?
No, this is what they're working on it, but there's no ETA. So for those of you who have a Starfarer, rejoice. You will be able to refine. So we were talking about refining ships, and what's going to be the first refining ship? Starfarer is going to be the refining ship, meaning refining ores.
So instead of going at the moment, you have to go to a specific refinery station like Crusader L1, Hurston L2. I think Microtech L1 is also a refinery station. You have to go to those types of stations in order to refine the minerals and ores that you've mined, and then get it refined, and then you take a cargo ship, take the refined ore, and sell it somewhere else. With the Starfarer itself will be a mobile refinery. So you can say you mine in your prospector, go to the Starfarer, refine your ores yourself on the Starfarer.
Or your buddy's ores.
Or your buddy can, like, you bring it to your buddy Starfarer or whatever, and they refine it for you. Or essentially, this opens up a lot of gameplay stuff for orgs, for, just guys playing together as friends or whatever it is. This is really nice, especially since a lot of people were worried about the Starfarer being essentially redundant because of how because it was a it's a refueling ship. It's a giant tanker.
Yeah, maybe we're worried. Well, hey, they said we were going to be able to refine quantum ore, but
now they will be able to
quantum fuel with it. Now, I don't know if necessarily you'll be able to.
Theoretically, it's not. They haven't confirmed, but theoretically, you should be able to refine quantum into
quantum. What does it take to convert that into the fuel? Is it just shove refined?
I don't know, but again, that's maybe we don't know. We just know that it's going to be a mobile refinery. They haven't really given us any other details aside from that. Everything else we know is just pure speculation. But it is nice that we're finally getting that. Like, okay, it's going to act as a refueling and refinery. So that's great, because the only other refinery ship that we know of right now is the Orion, which is this giant dedicated mining ship. So it's nice to have a smaller dedicated option to that. Plus, it can, it's a double-edged sword in that, like, okay, the prospector, or say the mole comes in to refine, to deliver ore to be refined on the Starfarer, and then the Starfarer, in turn can refuel the mole to go back out and mine more while they're refining the ore that they just collected. Sounds like a really fun game loop to me.
That's how they got it.
It's actually like teamwork and stuff. It's gonna be real fun.
Teamwork? What's that?
But aside from that, it's really all the Star Citizen news that we have. I mean, it's been a really busy 2 weeks, but with Crusader and all these new gameplay updates regarding 3.14 and 3.15, and we know that we're getting 3.14 sometime this month. Why?
Sometime this year?
Sometime this year. Definitely sometime this year. Whether it's actually this month remains to be seen. So according to Chris, we're supposed to get it mid-July, but everyone's going to hold him to that.
Just remember the magic words. What could possibly go wrong?
Exactly. So, moving on, though. You want to move on to some of the gaming topics we have here?
Sure.
Okay. Gaming header. Okay, so we've got first on the list Activision Blizzard.
Ew.
Yeah, this one isn't great.
I mean, it's Activision Blizzard. Is it ever great?
So, Activision Blizzard wins executive compensation vote. So, 54% of shareholders approve a measure despite opposition from group critical of CEO Bobby Kotick's outsized equity pay. Essentially, yet again, Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision Blizzard, is going to be getting a extremely large payment for effectively firing employees and just being a really crappy CEO.
I mean, it's
this group, blanking on the name here, I'm looking for it. DTW investment group. They've been urging, like, this is I think the second year in a row that they've tried to stop Activision Blizzard's overpayment of Bobby Kotick. Last year, they urged shareholders to vote against it as well, and it didn't work there either. It didn't work here. It's unfortunate because, like, this dude's getting paid while he fires people in order to get more money.
Yep.
Remember Activision Blizzard in 2019, after a record year, fired 775 employees, 8% of their staff. Just so the executives, including Bobby Kotick, can get a giant pay bonus.
Pretty shitty. pretty shitty.
I think this update is new since I last read. I read this article, and the update was not here. A CTW Director of Executive Compensation, Michael Varner, responded to a request for comment suggesting the group does not consider the matter settled. With only 54% of votes cast in favor, the proposal nearly failed to receive majority support. It appears Activision did just enough arm twisting for the measure to pass, Varner said. Most importantly, keep in mind that say-on-pay votes in the 50% range are extremely rare. Less than 4% of the companies in the broader Russell 3000 index receive support that low, and the average support for the say-on-pay proposal and the S&P 500 is 88.6%. Activision will be expected to make even further changes in response to a vote where 46% of shareholders expressed discontent. They will not be able to rest on their laurels solely with the changes they made thus far to Mr. Kotick's pay. Also, this marks the sixth time in the past 8 years Activision has received less than 70% support for its say-on-pay proposal, and the 2021 vote is the lowest support the company has received on this proposal in its history. So hopefully maybe next year they actually win their battle on this say-on-pay thing, and Bobby Kotick doesn't get his oversized pay, his ludicrous amount of payment. But unfortunately, that is not the only Activision Blizzard news we have. We talked about this story before. This story broke in 2019. So just a brief summary. Was it Booker T. Huffman, wrestler, filed a lawsuit in 2019. At the time, his lawyer he filed a lawsuit against Activision for them effectively stealing his character, a character he created, and used it for their Call of Duty game. And you can see the image here. On the left, you have Booker T. Huffman's character, and on the right, you have the Call of Duty character. And aside from the clothing and the gun, it's identical. But Activision, due to the fact that they have more lawyers and more money, they won the lawsuit against them. Which I just think is completely downright dirty. And it's essentially the rich and powerful can get away with whatever they want. But yeah, just long story short, though, WWE Hall of Famer Booker T. Huffman, a professional writer, rightfully so, sued Activision Blizzard for infringing on his copyright and stealing his character for use for themselves in the Call of Duty game. And it's not like they took the character but then paid him a handsome fee or whatever to use the character. No, they just stole the character art for themselves, and then he sued them, and now he lost, unfortunately, which I think sucks. And some of this stuff here, I'm putting all the articles and sources in the comment section as always. After the stream, giant list of all the sources and articles that we use. But this is just real dirty because it's like the bullshit excuses that they said, like, oh, this wasn't copyrightable because he used this and that. According to Activision, the studio added that G.I. Bro, which is Booker T. Huffman's character here, was not copyrightable because it was modeled after Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson from the neck down, which is so fucking absurd, because you're essentially saying that Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson copyrighted his body, so therefore that no one can use that type of body style where they're just big and bulky.
Well, not to mention too, you could easily go and go, hey Dwayne, they're using your body.
If you're saying that, then that just means, hey, you should get in on this, dude. They're using your body too. That's just such a bullshit excuse. I said, what a load of crap. But honestly, first off, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is not the only guy with this type of body. I've seen other people that are built like this. I don't know, almost 80% of the characters in the first Predator movie are built like this.
Yeah, details.
So, that's a load of BS. Here, and you can see this is what Huffman's lawyer said about it. No question, Prophet, the Call of Duty character, was copied from G.I. Bro from the hair, body type, clothing right down to facial expression similarities are too profound to be an accident, which I agree. I mean, the clothing here are a little different from this cover art, and the gun is different. You know, 'cause he's wearing like a t-shirt here versus this like more tactical gear thing. It's blurry image, so I can't really tell. But like the face and hair and headband, like it's literally like they just cut off the head and placed it on this guy. Like it's identical.
But lawyers as a lawyer does.
Hey, call sign. You missed all the Star Citizen stuff.
Yep. How dare you?
How about now?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no,
you
I
know,
was
we
gonna
were just talking about some of the
I
calling
heard
out
what
that
you
stuff
said,
before.
and I was like, "Oh, I guess I'll sign off then."
Get out of here, jeez.
We're talking about right now. Activision won a copyright infringement lawsuit against Booker T. Hoffman for stealing his character.
Kind of getting tired of all these different lawsuits about copyright stuff. It just seems like it's getting so trolly that.
Oh no, this was
You know.
so this was a legitimate, like, the WWE Hall of Famer guy. He created a character. Activision Blizzard stole that character, didn't pay him or anything, and then he sued them for infringing on his
I'm
copyright.
not denying this suit. I'm just saying, in general, it seems like.
Oh, the
these
overall
kind of suits are
abuse of
just
the
becoming-
DMCA Act and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah,
It's
you
just-
see it too
it's-
much, and that's the problem.
Yep.
It's like, for instance, on YouTube a lot. Like you're seeing people abuse the hell out of the Digital Millennial Copyright Act.
To me, it blows my mind that we have put so much effort and legal expenditure of time and effort into something as simple as stopping people from playing music in the background while they're
Do you know?
recording
What
a
I got?
video.
I got a copyright claim for a live stream I did last Thursday. Do you know why I got a copyright claim?
I don't know. You had the wrong ringtone on your phone. Go
No,
off?
my chair squeaking during the
Wow.
stream got
Yeah,
me
that'd be
copyright
worse.
claimed. I disputed it because technically, like, if anything, like, because through YouTube's dispute thing, it's like, is it original content, or like, did you make it yourself, or was it like fair use or whatever? I'm like, this is original content. I was making noises as I was getting more comfortable in my chair.
How dare you?
It's like, fuck you! Like, come on! You're gonna.
Yeah.
This is like, first off, I don't even know what the company that copyright claimed me was WMG. So this is the same company that owns like a shit ton of songs and music. So I'm trying to like rack my mind, like, what song has this obnoxiously, annoyingly loud metal screeching noise in it?
Yeah.
Like,
There almost
really?
needs to be like a legal change to the system where, like, if a company or business, or claims holder is trying to sue a bunch of people for things like that, like, once they're found not to be guilty, like, in other words, the big companies
for instance,
going
something
after
like
lots of
this, where
individual, there should be
Yeah,
a
like
thing
they
where
need to be
it not only does the individual who's not found guilty get, like, paid back any legal fees, but I think it should also be legally mandated that company can no longer go after people for that same exact thing.
agreed,
to
especially.
I wouldn't say
Well,
I
unless
wouldn't
it's
say
actually
that one,
infringing
but
on
There
copyright,
should definitely be
but-
some repercussions to the company.
But here's the thing: is that if
Not just that, no, because you got to stop. Because what you're seeing right now. Normally, I would agree with you, but what you're seeing right now is companies that are just going out there and going, "Okay, we'll sue 500 people, and maybe
For like
maybe only
2 cents on the
25
ad,
of those
pretty
will
much.
actually work, but that'll get us enough money back to make it worthwhile."
exactly,
And that-
it's
so
because
that's
the
why it
reason they
should
do
be
this
you
is
just
they
gotta
have
stop.
the power, they have the money, and they have the lawyers to sue whatever
Yeah,
they want.
to go after
And then
it.
it's like, say, in case of like a YouTube channel, if you're a monetized channel and you get a copyright claim, it demonetizes the video, and the company that filed the claim gets any of the money from the advertising on the video. That's why they do it.
Yeah, I just think there needs to be a way of saying, like, okay, company B, you're suing people for this one thing, and we see that you filed against multiple different cases of the same thing against different users. Now that you've been, now that it was found that this is not, a copyright problem, you're no longer allowed to sue on this specific issue again.
Well, I mean, the problem though with that is that it would essentially be like, hey, god damn it.
Well, take what Mando's talking about. Like, in other words, if he was being sued for chair squeak, and it would be,
I was lucky it was a copyright claim. If it was a strike, they would have owed me money.
In a 5-minute video, and that was the specifics that were put into the lawsuit. That's exactly what cannot be sued for again. It's not saying you can't sue for chair squeaks. It's just saying you can't.
Actually, it was 2 minutes out of
in a 3-minute.
The copyright claim I got was 2 minutes of this of.
I'm just picking.
Like I lean back in my chair, and then there's like a minute and a half of silence, right? In terms of the chair squeaking, and then another again. I get up, and you hear the chair squeak, and that was in like a 6-hour stream, and I'm just like, really? Like you're that desperate for money that you're copyright claiming a non-monetized channel for fucking chair squeaking that he made during his video? Like that's like how absurd are you guys? I mean,
also, another thing I think is that they should be required to, during their lawsuits, they should be required to reveal how they're finding this information, and I think that would expose a lot of these algorithms that are being.
Well, that's the thing is,
So
I don't know if
words,
it was a bot. Like, it was probably a bot, given that it was. Suddenly, I'm being copyright claimed by WMG and SME because they also got in on it. So. Both of which are company, like they own, like record companies and music stuff.
But
like,
I think by having that way to help expose, and then future people.
Yeah, because all these bots never work.
Like, hey, look, this one algorithm that everybody seems to be using in the business has consistently failed.
I would say it fails. It fails. I would say 85% of the time.
Okay, I'll stop talking.
So it fails 85% of the time, and I don't think I've ever gotten a manual copyright claim or copyright strike for that matter. Because we did get that copyright strike last year, but that was a bot. That was an AI. I don't think we've ever gotten a manual anything, really. Which means that your system is broken. Your bot is broken if it keeps copyright claiming us. Like if we have a song or something, then it's not broken because we played a song. Well, I'll own up to that. I played a song. That's on me. But if you're copyright claiming for squeaking of a chair or static in a video, because that one's happened to me too, or silence. Sometimes I had a completely silent video that somehow got a copyright claim. That's your bot being completely screwed up.
Yeah, it would have to be
never
balanced.
Go for it unless I get it kicking and screaming.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. Is we're getting to the point where so many people are getting abused by it that I think finally somebody's going to have to step up and go, hey, you know what? The law has been leaning a little too far over for big company, and we need to bring the law back to even Stevens for everybody.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't watch as much because I said I'm just getting kind of like overdone by it. But what's his name on YouTube? Leonard French does a lot of copyright law videos, and he talks about a lot of different cases. And he's a copyright lawyer, so
he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, and he explains things in a way that's understandable for us lower beings.
But moving on, though, from the copyright stuff to, I guess, some good news. Battlefield 4 server capacity increased following the surge in players after the reveal of Battlefield 2042.
Your mic's doing the thing where it cuts out constantly as you're talking.
Yeah, but it's not cutting out on the stream. But anyway, essentially Battlefield 4 is getting a player uptick after Battlefield 6 is revealed. That's it. Essentially, Battlefield 4 is getting a new surge in players, and the servers are reaching capacity because Like all of a sudden, oh, Battlefield 6 is a lot like Battlefield 4. Everyone play Battlefield 4. You know? That's really it. Not saying that's bad, just like it's interesting. Also, in regards to EA news, there's rumors about a new Dead Space game.
Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing.
I heard about it. I don't really. That's nothing. That's really it. Like new Dead Space game. Probably going to be very mediocre at best. That's all I have to say.
So are you guys serious that you're not going to talk anything about Star Citizen? Like, or you already did?
Oh, we went on for like an hour and a half.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I just saw the phone call. I thought you just started.
We were talking about like the medical gameplay and Crusader.
Oh, gotcha. Did you talk about the death of a spaceman stuff? Okay. I think that's going to freak a lot of people out.
I love it.
I'm all for it, but I think it's the wrong time to implement it. Like, to me, it's...
that's why we have the alpha, so that this way they can get feedback and then improve systems and finally get them correctly tuned.
Even in that case, like, you're starting the taxation before you provide the services. Like, there's so many problems with the game right now with crashes and persistence and losing your stuff already that, you know, to only have 4 lives and then restart, like... Because think about it, like all that you've been playing and you've built up, you know, a little nest egg, and we all know you're going to lose it, you know, when a wipe comes. But if every 4 deaths,
fair, we
I'm
don't
just
know
picking
they're
that.
going to implement the lives aspect of it when they pick it in.
Okay, but let's look at their past track record. Like usually it's heavy-handed first, and then oh shit, we need to back off. and you know, 3 patches later, so 6 to 9 months later, it's like, oh yeah, no, okay, we're not going to do that because we notice nobody's enjoying it, you know. But it's that 3 to 6, 9 months that you got to live through, and that's all I'm saying is like, I'm all for it. I'm all for, you know, limited lives and all that kind of stuff in the injury system. But how about we hold off until you've fixed maybe some of the crashing problems and the persistence issues where people are losing stuff, then bring that stuff in. Because right now, you know, what's going to happen? Are you going to lose all your gear after 4 deaths? Like, and I'm just picking 4 as
you just lost all your equipped stuff and all your ship's equipped stuff. Bye.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all I'm getting at. Is I think that's why you're going to see some pissed off people.
No, that's. I think they were talking more about, at least in terms of the calling all death stuff. I feel they're talking more about like the core gameplay and what's going to be like end game result. But in terms of how they implement it over time, yeah, it's.
And that's why I'm saying it, because like to me, they've always approached it you know, it's always like at 100% first, and that's always the painful part, and then they dial it back. And it
would depend when they're looking at it. It would depend on how far they go for. Is this a alpha game and we're gonna just go and implement this shit whenever we feel like it, or is it that, hey, we're looking at this as more of a game we want people to be actively playing, and so we're gonna go and slowly, gradually do this shit. And I think there's a lot of people are still seeing it as this is an alpha build. Who cares if we fuck shit? You know, if we fuck around with shit now, it's still alpha. Screw it, go with it.
Yeah, I agree that I think that's a lot of people think that way, but I also think with this past year and the amount of people that you're seeing that are kind of, you know, waiting in the wings for better gameplay, that if you implement this, you're going to turn off a portion of the
absolutely.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, maybe if they wait until they have some of the other stability problems and specifically get persistence up and functioning fully for all our equipment and stuff,
and also fix the server tick rate, because that's the cause of a lot of the bugs right now.
Yeah, going into PvE and getting shot because, you know, You didn't see the guy who's standing there, but
With his
the
back
server
to
says
you.
he was, and now you're dead. And you do that 4 times, and now, hey, guess what? You got to start from scratch. We're
Yep.
gonna wipe all your AUIC and all the components that you've had
And
all the
all your
ships that you bought
reputation.
in game. That's just gonna piss people off.
No, absolutely.
So I just wanted to throw that up there as my.
No,
my
it's worth mentioning, and it's a real problem if they can't get it right on
Okay. So
on how
next
they
topic.
implement it. The next topic is Cyberpunk 2077 is back on the PlayStation Store because
It left.
Sony has deemed the game in a satisfactory state.
Is that the same person that deemed it was ready for release?
No, Sony. Well, I don't know.
This is Sony saying it.
This is Sony saying it, not CDPR.
Not necessarily better, but
It's just that it's not.
Who requires CDPR to put out the game, right? Anyone remember No Man's Sky? Because that's what Sony
God.
did.
That's
Sony
true. That's true.
forced them to release early.
Sony was the one that essentially it was an indie game. They bought it. It was originally going to be $20, but then they bought it. It's like, oh no, we're a AAA publisher. This has got to be a $60 game now, and it's not finished at all, and it's complete garbage. And released it in, was it July of 2016? And
I don't remember the exact date, but
I remember the month and the year. I don't remember the date, but it's like, yeah, we released it, and it's utter garbage.
Yeah.
So it is a little rich coming from them, like they were taking Cyberpunk 2077 off the store for doing the same exact problems that a game that we bankrolled did 5 years ago. Well, 4 years ago at the time Cyberpunk released.
I played No Man's Sky, and for what I got out of it, I was happy with it, but I could also see a lot of the problems that people were pointing out, and I agreed that it wasn't completely ready to go. It was just the experience that I had.
Well, also, I think it was the false advertising, because that Sean Murray guy just kept painting this game to be like the best thing ever, and then none of what he said was in the game. Yeah,
you will be able to see your friends. No.
Well.
Although I just saw a video on it.
Now you can.
Week.
4 years later.
It's an amazing game now. Yeah.
Yeah. But first impressions matter when it comes to a game. Like that's my worry about our next topic, which is Halo Infinite. How it's like, I keep hearing things about So Halo Infinite a few months back revealed that, or rather confirmed that we're not going to be getting a crap ton of biomes like traditionally in Halo. Like it's not like you're going to get like this snowy tundra map or like a volcanic rock map or a giant ancient desert, sprawling desert map like in Halo 3 and Halo CE and stuff like that. You're not going to get these very diverse biomes and maps and stuff in the game, whether it be campaign, or at least in the campaign. And it's mostly going to be like northwest type stuff, like a lot of trees, maybe some snow here and there, but it's not going to be.
It's going to be like the early Halo.
It's going to be like Halo, the mission Halo from Halo CE type level.
Yeah.
But on repeat a lot.
And
or the mission the Covenant on Halo 3, or the mission
everything
Delta Halo and Halo 2, like those types of northwest biome environments that traditionally that iconic look of Halo. And though it's cool, by the way, it is Independence Day now. Hooray! I hear fireworks.
Not out here yet.
But and the problem with that is that I keep seeing people like, they'll add it in launch, and I'm like, that's not the answer, because that's literally the same. Like Halo 5 launched without.
You don't need to make your game; just push it out whenever the fuck you feel like it, and
then release all the stuff post-launch. That is not the answer. That's not a finished game then. Like Halo, this is what Halo 5 system.
Did. Oh, they'll put it in at the dealership when you buy it.
Yeah, right. Like Halo 5 released with no Forge, no theater. They released with no. Really, the only game modes in terms of multiplayer that they released with was arena stuff. So 4v4 Slayer and stuff like that. No big team battle. Just traditional Slayer stuff, and the War Games mode that came exclusively with that game, and the campaign. there was no any other game mode, no infection, no griffball, no forge, no theater, no big team battle, no any of these things that are typically like they launch with a Halo game were in it. And the thing is, they said they're not going to do that with Halo Infinite, but it kind of seems like they might. I mean, you can have post-launch content like DLC and stuff that adds onto the game, but when you have a game that launches like minimal viable product on release, and then you finish the game essentially with post-launch updates, that's not good, because that means like if the game sucks on release, and someone plays it on release, and then they're like, okay, it's not fun, I'm not going to play it. A lot of people don't just, I'm going to play it like 5 months later or whatever when they add all this stuff in, or 5 years. No, a lot of people are just never going to play it again because the game sucked when they got it, and that's their first impression of the game. Like, just because they added to it doesn't make it suddenly better. They wanted what they paid for, and they didn't. And yes, the multiplayer's free this time around, but the campaign won't be.
Look at Elite Dangerous. They recently released their Odyssey update, and it pissed off a lot of people because it's not what people were even playing in the alpha builds. They changed it from those. On top of it, too, they've now, after releasing that, and so with Frontier Development, the way they've been releasing their stuff is they go, hey, here is a broad category of stuff we might do. Buy our DLC now, and we'll add to it later. Essentially, you are buying an early season pass of DLC that might happen. And they pissed off a lot of people with Odyssey because they were like, oh, by the way, after a couple of weeks when it had been out, we are not planning on doing any kind of ship interiors, i.e. what Star Citizen already has and people really like. And a lot of people were like, wait a minute. First off, you've been selling shit that you said would be in the game from the get-go as DLC. Now you're saying you're going back on what you had already promised, because they had said they were going to work toward ship interiors. People are getting fed up. I don't know how many people I was seeing just the other day was playing Star Citizen. And I saw a lot of people, the topic turned to Elite Dangerous, and I saw probably 5-6 people just in there who had recently come over from Elite Dangerous because they're like, hey, this is fucking bullshit.
I was just going to say, I've seen the same thing this past week. I've seen probably 6-7 different YouTube streamers that used to be only Elite Dangerous.
I've been seeing it too,
putting
actually.
out introductions to Star Citizen. Like,
yeah,
this is my
even
first time playing.
Guys like
they're even
Elite
saying
Week.
in the video, the reason I'm here is because I'm not happy with what Elite Dangerous has put out.
Yeah, even guys like Elite Week, like these, super Elite Dangerous channels, like, I'm going to Star Citizen now because this is better.
And honestly, it's sad because I do feel that Star Citizen would only be better if it had some actual competition, somewhere.
Agreed. Also, the fact that Elite Dangerous is doing a very different thing prior to the Odyssey patch, where it's like, like they weren't like Elite Dangerous was its own thing. Like we're just spaceship, like space truckers and ship combat, and it was all about the ships and stuff like that. Whereas Star Citizen, it's not just the ships; it's the world, it's your player, it's you, it's the your player character, and how you interact with that world, not just your ship.
I heard one YouTube Elite Dangerous guy put it pretty succinctly, which was he's been following Star Citizen on the side, but now he started playing a lot in the past couple of weeks. And one of the things he said was what he likes about Star Citizen is that the ship components that he can play around with actually change the performance of the ship. In other words, how fast it flies, how far it can go. Whereas in Elite Dangerous, he was saying, all you're doing is basically strapping on components that allow you to do something. As in, this is a mining beam, this is a laser beam, this is a, refueling probe.
It's just it's adding functionality.
So in other words, he's saying that Star Citizen is more in depth than the game exclusively about ships. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. Welcome to Elite Dangerous.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I played Elite Dangerous back in like 2015, but that was the last time I played it, and that was like when it was early access stuff.
It's to me, it's same as No Man's Sky for me, which is for what I paid, I enjoyed the gameplay, but at the same time, it reached its limit. And I do agree with what I've heard other people say, which is, a galaxy wide but an inch deep
Yep.
for gameplay.
Yeah.
And it's true. Like, if you want to go just explore it, okay, boom, you got a whole galaxy that you can literally go to.
That's what got me into it originally in 15.
Yeah. But as far
And
as
maybe
any depth,
they'll recover from it, but as it is right now, it looks like they're like, to me, I switched over to Star Citizen back in 2015 when they tried to go and charge $60 and make you buy the game again to buy
Yeah.
Horizons, because that was
Yep.
how they originally made it. The only way to get it was to buy it bundled with the game again. We're like, well, wait a minute. We paid you $60 for the game. You are literally making me buy the game again. So literally, if I bought it the day before Horizons came out, I paid my $60 now. I had to pay $60 again. And if I bought it the day after Horizons came out, I would pay $60 and get both the game and Horizons together. And myself and a lot of people left.
guilty as charged.
Yeah, it's just like,
That
what
was
the
me.
fuck?
I came in on
But it looks
Horizons.
like they're not learning.
Yeah, that's 2015, same thing. Yeah, I went to Star
Well,
Citizen
like
from
you
there.
said, I hope they adjust, because I agree that I think competition is good and it'll keep Star Citizen on its toes.
Exactly.
And it
That's
will
what
give
competition
new
does.
ideas.
Yep, exactly. New approaches on how to do things, and hey, that didn't work. Let's not do that.
Exactly. Like learn from other people's mistakes, as my father would put it.
And I will say that that's one of the things, like I can't exactly fault people when they say, "Hey, Star Citizen's pay to win." And it's like, well, the way they do have their funding model is you buy spaceships, and you can buy them in game, but you can also buy them with real cash. But at the same time, I think they are definitely making it so that just having X or Y spaceship is not going to be, well, hey, I just go and kick everyone else's butt, haha. It's not going to be that way.
It's not that way, especially with the new capacitor system coming.
Them. You have to go and stock them up. It's not just I paid my money, I went.
And besides, when the game is finally done, whatever that means and whenever that is, you won't be able to buy ships or anything with real money anymore.
Correct.
So, yeah. So moving back on to Halo. So we got the June 2021 issue of Inside Infinite, which is their monthly blog where they go inside Infinite and talk about the game. This month was about the live team and like what they're doing with the battle pass system for Halo Infinite, which unlike other games is like, if say season 1, it's the same thing as with the Master Chief Collection at the moment. So season 1 ends and then season 2 begins. Season 1 doesn't go away. It's still there for you to complete at any time. It's a permanent thing. It's not like they're not using fear of missing out FOMO stuff in order to make you pay real money and stuff to get objects and items on the battle pass, which is nice. But we already knew this from the multiplayer Vidoc video that came out on June 14th, let's say 13th, 14th. And really, they just talk about like why they did it here, which is fine. It's except that this could have been separate to an Inside Infinite article like this. Like, we wanted to know more about the game. Like, they talk about the Battle Pass stuff, which is great, but that's really all they talk about. It's just the Battle Pass and how the Battle Pass is going to work in Halo Infinite. And essentially how they're going to monetize the players.
Yeah.
And they did say, like, games and stuff from other like legacy rewards, referring here like Halo 5's SR 152 reward will translate into Halo Infinite to something. I don't know what. There'll also be campaign rewards, like you'll get rewarded for things you do in campaign in the multiplayer, similar to like Halo Reach and typical Halo games. Like, you completed XYZ in campaign, you will get a reward in multiplayer for it. That, which is nice. It's good to hear that being confirmed and coming back. But really, it's just all of it is just about the Battle Pass, which for guys like me who really don't give a flying rat's ass about the multiplayer this time around, I'm more concerned about the campaign, because that's what I'm going to be playing more. That's usually what I play more in a Halo game, the campaign. It doesn't give any information aside from some of the stuff I do in campaign will translate over to multiplayer, which is nice, but I mean, I wanted more information about the game itself.
You got nothing.
And here, this is what I mentioned before the stream that will really piss you off, Cam. So they go more in depth about the new Halo Waypoint app, the tie-in app and website that's going to be like a companion application to Halo Infinite. It's going to be essentially it's similar to what they did with Halo 5, where you can customize your multiplayer Spartan on the website or on the phone app and stuff like that. Essentially, Halo Waypoint is being refitted, like reworked to become a companion application to Halo Infinite. And they go more into detail about how the new Waypoint system was made, their process of reworking it, even going to the new logo design, everything like that. They go more in detail about new Halo Waypoint, how it's essentially going to be the new Bungie.net for Halo Infinite, Halo Master Chief Collection, and Halo 5. Like, this is, like, Halo Infinite will become Halo Infinite. Halo Waypoint will become the new Bungie.net for the new Halo games. And they will go more into detail on this than they have about anything else regarding Halo Infinite so far. I know more about Halo Waypoint right now than I do about Halo Infinite. And I've been following all these Inside Infinite things for the last few months and all that. It's like, why do I know more about your fucking website companion app for the game than the game itself?
Because if you knew about the game itself, you might not buy it when it comes out, and we can't have
I might not buy it anyways.
Yeah, but not everyone's going to follow that because
I do. They did. No, here we do have some good news regarding Halo Infinite, and aside from the details here of the Waypoint app, like, this is actually good stuff. It's just I'm kind of pissed that I know, like, why do I know more about this than the game itself? But it's hold on a sec.
Oh, there's Bungie knocking at Mando's door. Heard you've been talking shit about us.
Sorry, yeah, right. It's 343. It's like you just see like a little guilty spark comes out, blasts me with his laser eye. No, but it's nice to hear about this. Like, you can tell like they got guys that know what they're doing regarding app design. It's not going to be as messy as the Halo 5 Spartan customization, because that was kind of a mess. Like, you can see here on that you will be able to customize your Spartan. Halo 5 has it. Like they did it there, and it didn't work great. But it's just, I don't know, I just don't like that. Why am I... Like, it's great, like, they talk about how the guys behind it were all, like, the stat junkies and multiplayer stuff. They checked Bungie.net back in the day to, see how they were doing in multiplayer and all that. Now this is essentially going to be the same thing, as I said. It's the new Bungie.net, because Bungie.net it's really been shut down. So, Halo Waypoint will serve as MCC, Halo 5, and Halo Infinite's Bungie.net equivalent. That companion application for the game, where you can track your statistics and stuff. And that's cool and all. It's just, I want to know more about the game. Like, it's great that I know all about this, but you have the ability to tell me both about this and the game at the same time, and you're not. Well, especially when the game...
That leads me to think, especially that they aren't talking about the game this late in the day with it.
And that's the problem, is the game's supposed to release this November. And we don't have a specific release date yet.
And it's July.
And it is July. It's been a year since we got that campaign demo.
God, these players are so needy.
It's not like 343 has a track record of being really bad with Halo.
Yeah, right.
I'm not counting MCC or Halo Wars 2 because they didn't make those games. They published them. They didn't make them. The only games 343. The only games 343 has made in regards to Halo is Halo 4 and Halo 5. So their track record isn't great, and I'm hoping to be wrong. Cam, you mentioned before the stream that it feels like they do have an ear to the fan feedback in the community, but they also don't at the same time. Like, only one ear to the fans. Like, because look, they listened to the fans regarding the art style, bringing Halo back to making it look like Halo looks like Halo again. That's awesome. And they listened to the fan feedback for that.
Well,
and they're bringing a Halo Reach style customization for your multiplayer Spartan, stuff like that. Great. But at the same time, you have other and they're bringing back, Halo 3 style, from the looks of it, Halo 3 style gameplay with the equipment use and stuff like that. But at the same time, we're not seeing a lot, it's good to see some of that stuff, but I'm not having my fears dispelled.
Well, they probably do have their ear to the community, but the problem is that, all the engineers and all the devs are listening to what the players are saying, but the people who are writing the checks and overall in the senior leadership positions are like, yeah, well, we don't care. This is about money. And
of course. Well, why do you think they're going free to play with the multiplayer so they can monetize customization?
Yeah.
That's really the only reason they're doing that. So.
Vote with your wallet.
Exactly.
Yep. And no pre-orders.
No, never pre-order. Ever.
If Cyberpunk taught us anything.
Cyberpunk? What about games that came up before? Actually, let's, before we move on, hold on to that thought, because we have more Halo Infinite news regarding, just some announcement. Well, not Halo Infinite news, just Halo news in general. New book coming out, Halo, the Rubicon Protocol, and, some lore stuff regarding some of the new armors coming to Halo Infinite, as well as some new, Halo 4 armor that we got with the latest MCC update, which I covered in the MCC Season 7 stream that I did last week. That's pretty much about it. So we got some new lore and new books, Divine Win and the Rubicon Protocol, some new books by Kelly Gay, who's actually a really good author, so... Yep, that's pretty much it. So moving on to what you said, how, it's like 76... Right now, Cyberpunk. What about Fallout 76 or Anthem or Battlefield 5 or really all these live service games? Because guess what? Marvel's Avengers, I think, has officially become the new Fallout 76 of the year 2021. Every week, you hear something new about this game that just makes me glad that I didn't buy it and played it for free through Xbox Game Pass through a free trial. By the way, this game is absolute garbage. It's the only live service game. Battlefield 5 did this too, but this and Battlefield 5 are the only live service titles that that are along the lines of your Fallout 76 or your Anthem or whatever that went the woke route, where it's we have Kamala Khan, the bestest ever, the strongest ever. And it even affected gameplay, because Hulk is the weakest fucking character in the game. But the news story about this game is that the most recent update will display PS5 players' IP addresses and username. A player's IP address and username is being displayed on the screen, so anytime you record footage, or even during using the photo mode of the game, your IP address and username is there on the screen.
Privacy? What's that? We wouldn't know. We're a corporation.
So players and journalists posted about the issue on Twitter, sharing redacted screenshots indicating how the information was appearing in game. Shortly after the issue was notified by players and journalists, Square Enix said, the guys that make the game, said on the game's official Twitter account that it was investigating the issue where a floating string of text appears on the screen. Yeah, that's a way of saying we did a big no-no and we don't want to say it. Talk about having the chutzpah not to call out your own mistake. Eventually, they do say we are currently testing a solution to the issue of personal information, including a player's IP address and username being displayed on the screen on PS5, and plan to deploy a hotfix tomorrow at around 8 a.m. PT, this was on Tuesday, June 22nd, so probably fixed already, hopefully.
Theoretically.
But essentially this means that if you're recording or streaming or posting screenshots, you're fucked. And this is a big problem.
Nah, what's the worst that could happen?
What can possibly go wrong?
Exactly.
That's just, yeah. Like, this game is literally the new Fallout 76 of 2021. Remember back in 2018, 2019, every week we'd have a new Fallout 76 story, whether the helmets are moldy or the duffel bag fiasco, the duffel kerfuffle
Honestly,
thing,
I'm more
right?
surprised we haven't had any new controversy.
I know, like it was like later, like mid 2020, where it's like, wow, the Fallout 76 news stopped. What is this? What is this silence? But now we have a new game that
kill everyone.
Now we have this new game that is taking its place in regards to constant bad news every week. Between like the update,
news,
this is like and what's weird is because this game is more in line with Anthem because it's a looter brawler, like Anthem's looter shooter. It's like a mix between Anthem and Fallout 76. So you get all the bad stuff going on with Fallout 76 mixed with the really shitty gameplay decisions that Anthem was suffering. Like, okay, we made an update that makes grinding even worse and the loot even worse. When it was already bad to begin with in this game. Like, it just... Yeah. So that's Marvel's Avengers in a nutshell. Or Square Enix's Avengers in a nutshell. Moving on to... This one's a real doozy. So we covered this 2 weeks ago. Facebook is testing in-headset VR advertising. They're going... Resolution Games is Blastin' is going to be one of the titles that will start featuring ads in the coming weeks. That was from a few weeks ago. So we got an update to this story. So Resolution Games was no longer participating in the Oculus in-headset ad test, specifically with their VR shooter Blastin'. However, they are thinking about using their free-to-play game. I'm blanking on the name. It's listed here somewhere.
You thought companies weren't already fucking annoying yet? Hey, we're gonna put ads in your games.
Bait, that's what it's called. Their free game Bait. In the sometime in the future. So they're pulling out of the Oculus in-headset ad test that Facebook is going to be conducting. As Facebook's kind of like the head honcho of this Oculus in-headset ad test. They're pulling out with Blastin', but they might do it with Bait. It's not confirmed, but they're thinking about it according to the article. So that's good because they're listening. They said like we're listening to feedback. How pretty much everyone's like, this is a shitty idea. Don't do this. So they're not doing it for now, at least with a game that they pay for. But that's kind of the problem. Still, is that you're paying for a game. Well, first off, in VR, it must be hell of a lot more annoying than if you're playing on a regular computer monitor or TV screen, right? When you have an in-game ad, it's gonna be right in your face in your virtual reality. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. Depending on how they go about it, even if it's in the menu, it's still going to be in your face. Which it just sounds like a bad idea on all fronts.
I mean, it's like we see enough of this shit.
We see enough of this shit with EA and Take-Two. Take-Two is the biggest offender of this, where with 2K, with their 2K NBA games, NBA 2K19 did it first with their $60 game having in-ad advertisements. Like in-game advertisements.
You weren't fucking milking us enough.
Then they did it again with NBA 2K21. I don't remember if they did it with 20, but they did it with 21 again, and that game was $70.
But with your wallet.
I mean, honestly, why are you buying sports games anyways? They don't change.
It's never enough for some of these companies. They always need more, give more, we'll take more.
Yep.
It's just like, for fuck's sake. Come on.
But yeah, I mean, look, this is true. We're currently investing in unobtrusive ads. There's no way you can do an unobtrusive ad in VR. In VR? No.
Unobtrusive, it just flashes. Look, it only flashes in your face for 10 seconds instead of 9.
Like, how do you do that in VR? How do you do that? Unless it's like, it pops up like under, like say I'm trying to remember. Most VR games, they have the menu that's kind of like, it's stationary on the screen. You have to look at it, right? Because it's like, it's in a set space in that virtual reality. So you look at the menu and use your finger to click on it. Like if it serves as like an extra add-on to that menu, I guess it wouldn't be obtrusive. But let's be honest, they're not going to do that. They're going to do it where it's annoying and obnoxiously in your face.
Yeah.
That's what ads usually are. Usually.
The only ads in games that I could go along with, and this is just a personal preference, and I realize there's no way to actually enforce it, but would be like product placement, i.e., you're running by the vending machine and it says Coca-Cola on the side. Okay, I'm down with that. Or like Star Citizen, there's a billboard in the distance and it says Coca-Cola. Okay, I'm good with that.
Exactly. Essentially, in-game product placement.
Ad.
No, that makes sense. I mean, movies do it, and I know some people complain about it because it depends on how it's done. Like if you have it like the Transformers movies.
Personal.
But we'll get into that. But the Transformers movies, do it a lot. Well, for starters, the movies themselves are product placement. Transformers are toys, but they do it like with Coca-Cola or was it Bud Light in one of the movies, and it's like really like obnoxious in your face, where it's like it's not like you just see it. It's not like you see an ad like a they're driving through the city and you see like an ad sign that says Coca-Cola or something on the side. Like no, it's like they have a whole scene dedicated to it, like it's a fucking commercial, which is annoying.
Yeah.
Versus exactly as you're saying it, where it's like you're running through the universe and of whatever game it is, and it helps make the game feel a little more alive if you have, or a little more real if you have like a real, like there's a Coca-Cola sign over there, and I can go over to that Coca-Cola sign. There's like a soda machine or something, or like in Fallout, if you go to a Nuka-Cola, right, little sign over a store or a shop in the game, like it's that's fine, that works. It adds to the universe, and it's a little product placement that they.
But even if we just started out with that as like the line, these companies would just come.
But that's the thing. That's the thing is, you give an inch, they take a mile.
Constantly further and further.
That's exactly.
So
you give an inch, they take a mile.
And you're watching a 30-second commercial, and then the game starts again.
Yeah.
Don't give them ideas.
Well, that's what they talked about in this article. I think was, where was it? An advertisement.
Just everybody vote with your wallet.
Yeah, but that's the thing is you can't get. That's why we're always so like, I guess, fetchy and like strict about what we don't want these companies to do. Because if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and that's the problem. That's how we got with loot boxes. That's where we are today with them. People were okay with it. Here, it was with this one. So another. This isn't even a freaking VR game, but it's more. So EA and Hi-Rez partner with in-game advertising platform. New service lets companies place ads inside free-to-play PC and console titles. And they talk about here how it's like, similar to mobile adverts, the player is given the option to watch a 15 to 30-second video in exchange for in-game rewards. And it's like, you know what? I get it. It's a free-to-play game, but it's still... like, have it in the menu somewhere. This way, like you're in the menu, it's not disrupting gameplay or something. It just, okay, you see it in the menu, and you see the ad there. The advertising company gets their satisfaction with seeing the ad in the game, and the player gets satisfaction with it not being in their face. Because it's in the menu.
And for anyone who thinks that all this is okay, just think about it this way. Somebody's getting paid for your time. Yep. You're not getting paid.
Essentially, here, we're taking 30 seconds out of your playtime, out of your free time, because not everyone has the 5 to 7 hours to play games all the time. Sometimes you only have like an hour a day or whatever. And
the game company just made, they
made
X
amount of money
to allow
kill your time.
That commercial to be there, and you didn't get a dime of it. You actually paid them.
Yep.
That's what's wrong with the system.
Yeah, and so here,
if it was free, if you're going to have ads, the game should be free.
Exactly, and this is a free to game play. So the story here is Electronic Arts or Evil actually, or whatever you want initially want to give them, and Tencent-backed Hi-Rez Studios are among the first to partner. Yeah, Tencent. Don't you love them? Are among the first to partner with a new in-game advertising platform. The platform is titled Player One. Really, it doesn't sound like the Player One here. And is owned by US TV advertising company Simul Media. It is designed to showcase video advertisements inside PC and console games. Speaking to Axios, Simul Media EVP of gaming Dave Madden commented on the... I wonder if there's a relation to Madden, like the guy that made Madden games. Anyway, commented on the acceleration of free-to-play titles across console and PC, and claims that over 90% of players never spend money on them. Really, I wonder why. Simul Media has already run a pilot advertising campaign inside Hi-Rez's free-to-play title Smite. Similar to mobile adverts, the player is given the option to watch 15 to 30-second video in exchange for in-game rewards. The trial reported that 22% of players were much more likely to play a game with in-game ads if they received perks for doing so, with 11% of that total more likely to spend money inside the game. Yeah, those statistics are really against you guys. Do you not see that? But it's okay, because to them, they see a possible chance. It's give an inch, they take a mile. So they're going to take that mile there.
No, it's like the meme from The Simpsons. Is it me that's wrong? No, it's the children that are wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's 72. Whatever.
Well, if it helps any,
78% of players don't want this shit in their games.
Ma Bell was the original big giant company to get caught for doing something like this, which was they started overcharging people on their bills by like 1 and 2 and 3 cents. And they finally got caught at it. And what came out and that's why you have the telephone system is all broken apart now, because they were the majority stake. And after the lawsuit, it was found that they had consciously said, yeah, we're going to overcharge everybody a penny. Well, not everybody, but we're going to charge a mass amount of people, overcharge them by a penny. And out of 1 million people that we do it to, the 300,000 that catch it, we'll give it back because we still made money off all the other people who didn't. It's that attitude of just like, let's grab a tiny little bit more, and those who notice it, well, they'll go away, but we'll still get enough people who aren't paying attention and go along with it that we're still making money off it.
Exactly. And according to this, Simul Media aims to launch in-game ads in around 12 more games by the end of the year, by the end of 2021. So, yay. I mean, look, again, I don't play a lot of these free-to-play games because of this, because of like the ads and this and that, where it ruins the experience.
Not only that, but you're also usually have to fill out a bunch of your personal information.
Exactly, because they want your credit card information for when you do pay this stuff that aren't, because most of these games, they say they're free to play, but let's be honest. Like, I half jokingly call these games fee to play or free to pay, because that's what they are. They're not actually free to play. They're fee to play. They're fee to play.
Well, not only that, but think about the security issues of the information that you're giving away. Not just like the personal information, but like where that information is being stored.
Especially with games like here, Hi-Rez is backed by Tencent. Tencent is a Chinese company that has ties with the Chinese government. It has to in order to operate in the capacity.
Not even that, but like how do you honestly think that a game company is spending any amount of money on security?
We learned for a fact that they aren't, because EA a few weeks ago, EA got hacked. FIFA whatever got hacked, and the hackers said how, first off, they hacked I think FIFA Ultimate Team or something like that, and they got the source code for the what's the engine they use?
I don't know.
Frostbite. They got the source code for the Frostbite engine, and they also got like a look at all the behind the scenes stuff of the game. But then, like, a few days after the news broke that they got hacked, the hackers came out and said how easy it fucking was to hack into EA's game, EA's source code.
Yeah.
They don't care about security, they just care about your money.
Yep.
And as I was saying with Tencent, Tencent's a Chinese company that has ties to the government, and they own 41% of Epic Games. And remember, a few years ago, Epic Games was reportedly selling Steam and personal information from their users to a third-party company in China. And that's probably because of Tencent. Tencent has a significant ownership of that company, which means they have say and pull of what happens with Epic.
Yep.
Which is why I refuse to have Epic on my machine. I know, Cam, you're the same way.
Yeah. No, I refuse to install.
It's like purposely installing malware.
It's like, now realistically, do they probably already have my data? Sure.
Probably.
At the same point, I'm not going to make it fucking easy for them.
Yep.
But I'm not gonna make it easier for them to get more.
Well, I mean, plus a lot of these companies are, small time businesses that are just running one small game. Your information goes. How many games do you provide that information to? That's just increasing your percentages of that information getting out there and being used against you.
Yep.
But that's what's really sick about it. Alright, well, that's all the gaming. Should we move on to the movie news? We have some movie news.
I think I'm going to bow out here, guys.
All right.
It's been fun. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. Right, well, we got a new Transformers movie coming out.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Transformers: Rise of the Beasts is based on Beast Wars and is set in 1994. It is going to be following, according to the various articles I have here, it is going to be following the typical Transformers formula where it's a globe-trotting adventure and they have to find XYZ device or something, and it's pretty much the same movie but reskinned.
Yep.
Now they did say the designs are going to be more based on the Bumblebee designs, so the more G1 looking designs here. Blanking, I think it was Polygon that said that the Transformers are going to have a boxier look, like a traditional G1 look. Yeah, here. That they're less sinewy, weird metal parts from the Michael Bay films, or what I like to call junkyard piles glued together, and will be a little more boxier, obviously more reconfigured car parts, a la G1. And this is going to be the first time we get the Maximals on screen, so the Maximals and the Predacons from Beast Wars. And of the Maximals, we're getting Air Razor, Rhinox, and Optimus Primal. Which is Optimus Primal here in the middle, Rhinox here, the big green and brown guy here, and Air Razor is the one holding Primal's leg. So, I mean, cool, but from what I've heard of this movie, we're getting 6 different factions. We're getting the Autobots, we're getting Decepticons, Maximals, Predacons, Terracons, and then we have the humans. Because naturally we're going to have humans in this movie, because apparently... Yay. But yeah, for the human side of things, actors Anthony Ramos and Dominic Fishback are going to be introducing us to this new robot war, whatever. So we're getting more human characters. Ramos, meanwhile, will play Noah, a Brooklyn-born young man who has returned home to his mother and younger brother after military service and is trying to find his feet in mid-90s Brooklyn. Noah is from a low-income home and always hustling, notes Ramos, who says his character is also gifted with electronics, which will doubtless be useful in his adventures with giant alien robots. Yay.
What could
and from what I can, some of the articles kind of talk about how it's it's the first black lead or whatever in a Transformers film, and they're going... I'm not saying they are, it seems like it is. I hope I'm wrong. It seems like they're going that little, politically correct, woke nonsense thing, where it's oh, look, we have the black character, and the white characters are the side characters now, with the black character taking focus and all that. And what's funny is, a YouTuber that I enjoy for Transformer news at least, Random Black Gamer, he did several videos on this, and he's like, I don't care about this. I don't even want humans in my movie. And none of us do.
Yeah,
none of us Transformers fans want humans in the movies, because unlike, say, Godzilla or really any giant robot, say your Pacific Rim or whatever, where the robots and the monsters don't have characters or personalities or anything. They're just hollow shells for humans to fight or operate in the case of Pacific Rim. The Transformers have very human personalities and characteristics. They are effectively human in terms of how they talk, walk, and everything like that. You can have a movie without any humans in them. We've had several cartoons and animated stuff with no humans in them. Like, how many G1 episodes or Unicron trilogy episodes or Transformers Prime or animated, whatever episodes are there where there are no humans at all? It just focuses on the Transformers. Like, a lot of the time, with the exception of Bumblebee, although Bumblebee was still had these problems, it wasn't as bad as the Bayformer films, but a lot of the time the Transformers take a back seat in their own film to the human characters.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And again, Bumblebee did fix that a little, but they did have a lot of focus on the human characters. They tried to go for this more emotional relationship thing between Bumblebee and the human character. I don't remember her name, and it was fine. It just, I'm not saying you can't have any humans at all. It's just that you don't need to have human characters, like main characters at all, or even supporting characters. You can just have like humans, like bystanders or whatever, in the city when an Autobot or whatever shows up and fights a Decepticon. It's like the main characters of a Transformers movie should be a Transformer or Transformers. Like ideally have a Transformer movie with like the main character being like old school G1 Hound or Sideswipe or something or whatever, and you essentially see the movie through their eyes and all that, or something like that. That would be cool. But anyway, that's not what we're getting here. What we're getting here is a movie set in 1994, where we're going to have the first, they say the first ever version of the Terracons, but depending on continuities, like Terracons are different things. Most of the time, though, Terracons are just Decepticons that transform into robotic animals.
Nah.
As opposed to the Maximal and Predacons, where they transform into actual animals. So, like, it's not. It's like the Terracons are like similar to like Dinobots, where like they transform into robotic dinosaurs. Like so they're just a version of it's like or the Insecticons. They transform into robotic insects. But anyway, so we've gotten them before. They just weren't called Terracons. But anyway, if you're unfamiliar, whatever, Beast Wars clip. So Capel, who's the director here, Capel's film. We're getting Steve Capel Jr. is bringing the. Alright, so following up on the fan favorite solo throwback, Bumblebee director Steve Capel Jr. is bringing his contribution to the recent change-up in the Transformers franchise after the Michael Bay films. Capel's film is currently in the early days of production, and Capel produced. And this article came out like I want to say last week, so it might be a little dated, which is why I have the other articles. But this is gives us the most in-depth look regarding the film itself, which is why I have it up. They talk about the cast here, which I'm not really going to go into detail because I don't care. And I'm going to put the links for these in the comment section anyways for you guys to read. But essentially we're going to get, as I said, we're getting the Autobots, Decepticons, Terracons, Predacons, and Maximals, which is a lot of factions, especially when each faction has a significant... with the exception of the Terracons, again, depending on continuity. The Decepticons, Autobots, Predacons, and Maximals all have very distinct characters, like as a faction, which putting that many factions in one film may not work.
Yeah, it's kind
like
of
it's just going to be a case of too many cooks in the kitchen.
Go well.
It could, but it might be a case of too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Capel revealed some early shots of some characters. Optimus Prime is back and has a bit more flair than his previous on-screen versions. Bumblebee is also back, though his car version is equipped more like an off-road vehicle. One of the other articles specified that it's an off-road Camaro. We also got a tease at some new characters, including RC, who actually was in the Bumblebee movie in the opening scene, which is no doubt the best part of that movie. And a ninja-wielding female Terracon named Nightbird, who, those of you who watched the G1 cartoon will know who Nightbird is. She was a human-built robot that the Decepticons reprogrammed. And then got destroyed. But, yeah, and she's going to be the right hand of the movie's major villain, who is Scourge. Those of you, again, who know G1 or watched the 86 animated movie, which is still the best Transformers movie to date. Scourge was a reformatted Thundercracker who obviously had the ability to clone himself and had the sweeps and was one of the lieutenants of Galvatron. So. But here he's not going to be a lieutenant of Galvatron. seems to be the Terraton leader. And yeah, Scourge has always had massive claws and like Batwing type wings. So, and the directors here are saying like, I wanted a super ruthless, scary character to make people jump out of their seats. Ooh, okay. So they say Scourge looks scary in no small part because he attacks on parts of the Transformers he's killed to his body, making what D. Bonaventura described as a living memorial to the havoc he's created. So that's a little bit about their version of Scourge here. And then there are the Maximals for those who aren't up to Transformers lore. We're going to skip all this because we are up on Transformers lore. Maximals are essentially the descendants of the Autobots that can take on alien form. Cable showed preliminary shots of a few of them, including Air Razor, Rhinox, and Optimus Primal. Let's see. We do know that the scenes are going to be in New York City, Brooklyn specifically, as well as places in Peru and Machu Picchu and Cusco. Probably mispronouncing that last one, but kill me. Let's see. Human side of Rise of the Beasts. Oh boy. Ramos and Fishback also shared some details on their characters in the film. We already read some of this in the other article. But okay, so the film comes out June 24th of 2022. Yay. And on a related note, this isn't anything to do with the movie, but rather the Netflix series based on the Transformers War for Cybertron toy line. Season 3, Chapter 3, whatever you want to call it, the Kingdom, right, based on the Kingdom toy line of War for Cybertron, is going to feature Beast Wars, as you would figure from the name Kingdom, and we got a still here of how they'll look in the show. I gotta say, I'm liking how they look. I like the more robotic elements, but they still look identical to their original Beast Wars designs. We got Optimus Primal, Rhinox. From the right to left, we got Rhinox, Primal, Cheetor, Rat Trap, and Tiger. Why am I blanking on his name? Tigertron, I think, right? I always forget his name. Like, he's one of the coolest looking characters, but at the same time, I always forget his name because he's barely on the show. And Optimus Primal in the Netflix series is Oh no, non-Netflix series. Sorry, Kingdom isn't the only place we'll see the two worlds of Transformers meet. In Transformers: Rise of the Beast, Optimus Primal will be voiced by Ron Perlman. Wow, it's cool and disappointing at the same time because I kind of wish Gary Chalk would return. Gary Chalk, for anyone who doesn't know, is the original voice of Optimus Primal. Hopefully David Kaye comes back to reprise his role of Beast Wars Megatron.
Does that mean, though, how long ago was he playing that role? That was probably, what, almost 20 years ago?
Oh, he's been doing Optimus Primal stuff for years, though. He's been doing,
That's right.
He also did Optimus Prime during the Transformers Armada, Energon, and Cybertron cartoons. He's been doing it consistently for the last few years. Same with David Kaye also. He was Megatron in those same series as well as Beast Wars.
Starscream!
No, he was the Megatron that went, yes. Side guns. Good old Beast Wars Megatron. Yes. He also had a great line when because Optimus Primal at one point gets like a huge upgrade and becomes more like Optimus Prime in regards to like personality, and he says like freedom's the right of all sentient beings, and Megatron goes, then get the hell out of my way.
I'm gonna put a horrible image into your head here with 3 words. Offendatrons, move out.
Offendatrons.
You've seen that video, right?
Oh yeah, the Transformers. Yep. Yeah, was it Flash Gits? Flash Gits does some really funny stuff. You ever see the Warhammer Space Marines trying to kill off all the furries? That was hilarious.
I've seen it.
I love and hate.
Honestly, I
Joseph
dislike
Joseph
that
sent it
shit
to me.
just because I dislike anything that.
That's Warhammer.
Well, no, I'm fine with Warhammer. Although honestly, the grimdark shit, like after a while, it's just like, come on, guys, crack a fucking smile once in a while.
I liked I say Joseph sent that to me, and I hate him and love him for it because it's hilarious, but it's also horrible, just like funny, horrible.
I just hate all of the stuff because it's like, especially looking through history and shit. We see what can happen when you start marginalizing a group, and then you start going and making jokes about violence to them, and then jokes get serious, and then it all spills out of control, and a couple wars later, and yada yada yada.
But back to Transformers though. That's funny. Let's see. We got. I'm just looking at some of the news here. It's about the movie, at least. Not much. We got another article here also saying Beast Wars. Rise of the Beast will introduce Beast Wars and villains and heroes. So, yeah, cool. So I guess this guy also did Rocky 3, not Rocky 3, Creed 2 or whatever. Producer Lorenzo Di Bonaventura has offered a little more insight in the ways of which the newest Transformers outing will attempt to shake things up. Talks about some of the new villains and stuff. Always about new. We're gonna see new this, new that. In terms of like new characters we never seen before on screen, whether they're good or not is irrelevant. Like portrayed good, portrayed well.
Exactly. Who cares if they're good or not? Give money.
We see like you got the Autobots and Decepticons with new flair. You got Terracons. They said the Predacons in our film are more reptilian in nature, which makes sense. The Predacons in the original cartoon all took on, with the exception of Scorponok, all took on dinosaur. Megatron took on a T-Rex. Inferno.
Is he
not
still
Inferno.
called Megatron?
What?
Is he still called Megatron?
Yeah, Predacon Megatron's still called Megatron. Even though it's not the same.
Like they were gonna go and like change names for like.
It's not the same. Well, we have Optimus Primal, but Megatron's still called Megatron. Because he's not, his name wasn't actually Megatron. He took the name Megatron because of the original Megatron, of G1 Megatron. Essentially, it's his hero. He took his name.
Chose better heroes.
Yeah. Well, like the whole point is like he tried. Like the story is actually really good. Beast Wars. Characters are really well written. That was the strength of that show, really, was the characters, especially characters like Dinobot, who was originally a Predacon, then became a Max. Let's see. No, at least he actually admits, yeah, we have seen a few of like Predacon or Terracon-esque Transformers in the past, but we never saw the Terracon or Predacon symbols. Not that really matters though, because in terms of movies, you can have great visuals, but the story's shit doesn't make a difference.
Details.
So we're gonna see. Oh, they actually give us a list of Terracons we're gonna see. We got Hungar, Ripper Snapper, Blot, Inner Twin, and Cutthroat.
Ripper Snapper, come on.
This was like post movie, post Transformers '86 movie. So yeah, a lot of the names and characters that came out after that, in terms of like the G1 season 3 and 4 cartoon, were not great. Like they make Dinobot names like Slag and whatever look good. Let's see, Terracons have had a few different origin stories with iterations. One iteration are formerly deceased Cybertronians who have been raised from the dead. Terracons typically transform into nightmarish monsters and combine to form a giant monster machine known as Abominus. Now, yeah, that's just one iteration, though. The Predacons, who've also had a different type of many type of iterations, meanwhile, are a race of ancient ancient Cybertronian beasts led by the Predaking. That's in the Transformers Prime continuity. The original version was their descendants of Decepticons, hundreds of years in the future. It's not confirmed which Predacons will appear in the movie, but Capel Jr. is exploit for choice. Some of the more popular Predacons include Scorponok, Waspinator, Inferno, and Pterosaur, with one of these beasts sure to provide a real spectacle as well as new challenge for the likes of Optimus Prime and Bumblebee. I like how they excluded Megatron, the Predacon, Megatron.
They don't ask questions.
But yeah, and also they talk about the human characters and what he's appeared in the past, some of the actors, and it's set in 1994. It honestly seems like, yeah, we're getting new characters and stuff, but it does feel a bit cookie cutter in terms of the Transformers formula, the movie formula that they've been going with for the last 7 to 8 films or whatever it was now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily blame them. At the same point, it's just like, come on, guys, be a little original, please.
I liked what Bumblebee did. Like, it was a good step in the right direction. It wasn't perfect. Like, it wasn't just like it still had a lot of the problems that the Bayformers did. A lot. But it was a step in the right direction. You know, for starters, there was no freaking MacGuffin in that movie. Every Transformers film has some kind of MacGuffin, and I hate that. I hate it even in, like, the older original Transformers stories with MacGuffins. The only time I thought MacGuffins were done well in Transformers stories was the G1, the animated movie, you know, the 1986 movie, and the Transformers Armada cartoon. Yeah, it doesn't hold up great as an adult, you know, in terms of rewatching, but the MacGuffins used there were pretty well because it wasn't like alternate reality, like reality altering whatever. It was just, here's a really powerful weapon. That's all they were.
Yeah.
It wasn't like it's like the be-all end-all device, like the Allspark or whatever from the Bayformers. It's just, here's like the in Transformers Armada, the MacGuffins are the Skyboom Shield, the Star Saber, and the Requiem Blaster, all of which are weapons that take 3 minicons, like, you know, like human-sized Transformers, that combine into a weapon, and they're ultra powerful. But that's all they are. They're just really powerful weapons. At the end of the day, like, any Transformer can use them. Like, anyone can use them. You just have to acquire them. Like, it's just a weapon. So, like, yeah, they're a MacGuffin, and the plots revolved around getting them and who had them, and they kept switching sides in the show, but they were still simply just weapons. It wasn't like, oh, if they don't stop it, it's the end of the universe. It's just, no, if they don't keep it out of the hands of the Decepticons, it just might be the end of them. You know, like, it was just like a survival thing. Like, and that's what made it more interesting, is that it's not this, like, yeah, also the fact that the show revolved around Unicron coming. That was your big end-all be-all threat. But it's just powerful weapons, and that's why it was good. Whereas all the movies, it's constantly like some world-destroying device, or, you know, reality-shaping weapon, something. It's like come on. And when every film up until Bumblebee did that, it's just annoying.
Yep. It's always an existential level crisis, not anything.
Like, that's one of the reasons Spider-Man 2 is my favorite comic book movie of all times, is because of that lack of world-ending threat. Where just if he doesn't stop Doc Ock, you know, half of Manhattan gets destroyed. But it wasn't like the world is at risk, or even entirety of Manhattan's at risk. It's just Manhattan. I'm not saying that, you know, Manhattan doesn't deserve to not be destroyed. It's just that it's not like every Marvel movie today where it's like, you know, if they don't stop XYZ, the entire world gets blown up or something.
Yep.
But, like, in terms of the Transformers thing here, I want good Transformers stuff. Transformers is such a rich universe and rich lore, and again, Bumblebee somewhat tapped it a little bit. It was a step in the right direction. I've seen a lot of people kind of going like, "Oh, I wish we want an Optimus Prime origin story." To that, I say, "Fuck no! I don't want origin stories for any of these characters. Not that like they're not good origin stories. Just I don't want origin stories. I want good plot, good movies.
Origin stories.
I don't want starts and origins. I want just put me splat down in the middle of a battle between the Autobots and Decepticons. Like that's one of the things that made the 2012 Dredd movie amazing. Is that it's not an origin for Dredd and how he became the judge that he is.
Here's him
It's just here's a normal day on Dredd's patrol. Here's a normal day on Dredd's patrol. But today he's taking on a new recruit, and all of a sudden they're locked in a building, Die Hard style, and they have to fight their way out.
Yeah,
it's like that's awesome. That's what's great about that movie. Just give me like a Transformers type thing of that, where it's like you're following maybe it's not. Okay, you're on Cybertron or you're on Earth or whatever it is, and it's just a bunch of Autobots. All of a sudden, they're attacked by, or they stumble. Let's say it's like Autobot Scout, right? Like Bumblebee and Sideswipe and those, the car bots, and they stumble upon the Decepticon plot, like whether it's like they're building a space bridge or they're doing something nefarious or they're mining the Earth or whatever, and it's harming the Earth, and they call for backup, but it's just them. And they have to fight an army of Seekers or Soundwave or whatever it is. Like that just give me a simple movie like that. It doesn't have to be this super. It doesn't have to be this super globe-trotting adventure with a MacGuffin and like 17 different factions and the focus on the human characters interacting with the Transformers or whatever. I want the focus on the Transformers. Why do you think everyone loves the goddamn War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron games?
Because fuck you, that's why.
Like everyone
I can almost guarantee you there will be a MacGuffin.
There's totally going to be a MacGuffin. And that's just what I don't like, especially since. And I'm actually gonna, I'm gonna say, like, if you want more information on this, or more in-depth information on this, like a dedicated video. I'd recommend go watching Random Black Gamer's video on this, because he did a video regarding how the producer on this movie is the same guy that's been on the producer for all the Bayformers, and he's kind of like the Avi Arad of the Transformers movies. Avi Arad, for those who don't know, is like the major producer and pretty much the guy that completely botched the Spider-Man movies. Like he's one of the reasons. He's one of the studio reasons why Spider-Man 3, The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2 are absolute garbage. And like he's essentially like that guy for the Transformers movies, where it's like you have to follow the same formula, globe-trotting adventure after a MacGuffin and human character focus. It's like none of the Transformer fans want that, though. I don't want that. I know others don't. I've spoken to other Transformers fans. We don't want this same formulaic thing where it's a MacGuffin, this, that. We're all sick of that. We want a movie dedicated to Transformers. When we heard the rumor, when a lot of us heard the rumor about a fully animated movie set on Cybertron, we're all like, where is this movie? Like, we want that. Because it means that there's no human characters. Like, when I say fully animated, I don't mean like cartoon animated. I mean like the way the opening scene of Bumblebee was fully animated. There's no live action elements because it's all CG. Like that's what people want. We want the focus on the Transformers, on the titular characters. The characters that all of us love, whether it's Optimus Prime, whether it's Bumblebee, Sideswipe, Hound, Sunstreaker, Wheeljack, or your Decepticons, Megatron, or Galvatron, Soundwave, Starscream, any of the Seekers, really, like Clonus, even like newer characters like Demolisher and stuff like that. I mean, like these are all interesting characters that all have their quirks, their flaws, their strengths, and we want to see them on screen. We want to see them in that kind of live action. We want to see them get a proper live action treatment. But anyway, that's really it for the Transformer news. Is that we're getting a new movie, Transformers: Rise of the Beasts, and season 3 of the Transformers: War for Cybertron trilogy series on Netflix, based on the Transformers War for Cybertron trilogy. Toy line is coming, I think, sometime this year. I think it's like summer or fall of this year. So 2021, we're getting season 3. It's based on the Kingdom toy line, and it's going to have all the Beast Wars characters. But lastly, we have one last thing of news, and then that's the end of the episode. And that is, we have some Spider-Man news. So, one sec here.
Spider-Man isn't real.
Spider-Man's not real. He can't hurt you.
So but he's a menace, but he's not real.
We got new toy reveals, which kind of like show off new suits and stuff going to be in the film. To which I put this. You probably saw this in the Discord, but when I put the link to this article here, I'm kind of like boring suit designs was what I linked in the article. Because they are. I mean, this is one of the new suits. Like, here's another one. They're really boring designs.
How dare you?
And before someone starts jumping down my throat, I mean, and pretty much any of you watching and have watched me before, you guys know I'm a huge Spider-Man fan, a complete webhead nerd. Look at my fucking logo. And before you start jumping down my throat, like, oh, they're not original, you're just not a fan because they're not the like old school style suits. And to that, I say false because, oh, here's another article. But no, we read this. I say false because here's some here's a relatively newer suit design that I actually like. You know, I like the Tron element of the suit. I'm not a fan of the story or anything, but the big time Spider-Man suit, that's what it's called. It's like this cool look for the character. You know, you got like the glowing eye, all the parts on the green parts on the suit are glowing, and you know, it's just like a nice black matte suit. So this way, like if you're in complete darkness, like all the green elements glow. It's just a cool suit design. You know, you can see the spider, you can see the legs and everything. Obviously, the original Iron Spider design was a cooler suit design. The simplicity was what made it really cool. You know, with the eyes and the spider logo. That's the thing, is that it just, to me, this looks too... First off, this looks like a complete Miles Morales suit design ripoff. And I hate that character, but I mean, look at the design here. It's almost identical, with the exception of the gold instead of the red. It's the same suit design. And, you know, this same design, like, here's the various different iterations of the Miles Morales suit. And you look at this, and it's like, yeah, it's identical, except for the gold webbing instead of red. Big freaking deal. I mean, my personal favorite in terms of like actually being creative, like a creative alternate take on the classic webs, right? The classic web design is the Ben Reilly Spider-Man suit from 1996. You know, like where, I mean, I have it on screen for you guys to see. Like this is such a nice suit design, and it's an awesome alternate take on the classic webs. You know, like, and here's a toy that shows it off better, full body. Like it's a nice design. Yeah, it's got the finger. The pinky, index, and thumbs are webbed, but the rest of the fingers aren't. And actually, the story behind the suit is that he just didn't have enough material, and he didn't want to recreate the same costume. So that's why it is the way it is. But it's like, it's a cool design. You know, it's an alternate take on the classic on the classic red and blues. You know, and then you have obviously other creative suit designs, like, you know, the black suit, symbiote suit. You know, these suits I mentioned before, and the spider armor, and then you just look at this and just very boring. Apparently, we're also getting a J. Jonah Jameson figure, so I guess this is how J. Jonah Jameson will look in the film. I gotta say, the sculpt representing J.K. Simmons actually looks really good, but Apparently, Doctor Strange is also going to be in the movie. So, yeah. Get all these different toys here. Like, here's another suit design that they have. Here's the suit that he was wearing at the end of the last movie. Trying to find a better shot of this gold spider emblem suit here. Because again, it's a little better than this black suit here. This suit, it's a little better than the black one that we just showed off, but not this black one. Obviously, this is the best suit of all, the best ultimate suit of all time. If you don't agree with me, I don't care. This is one of my favorite suits ever. But like you can see, like it's more reminiscent of the classic. Where the hell is it? Iron Spider suit here. And I like that. I hate this dark, like, navy blue black type coloration on the suit with the gold. Like, there's too much going on this suit. You know, like that's what makes Spider-Man, like alternate Spider-Man costumes, you know, just pop so well. Like this and this. Well, not this. Like this and this and this and this is that simplicity. You know, sometimes less is more. You know, like you have these cool, like this obviously was like a one-time suit. Like literally, he only used it once, and the suit broke when he was using it. The spider armor, the original spider armor. But like, what makes this suit look so cool and work so well is the simplicity of it. It's just black with the white eyes, white symbols, the white squares on the hands where the new organic, the symbiote web shooters are, and the symbol. You know, obviously with the big time suit here, you know, it's just similar deal. You got the toes and the arms and the chest and eyes, and obviously the back too. You know, here it's, you know, an alternate take on the classic red and blues. You know, you got the external web shooters instead of the web shooters being inside the costume, where they typically are, because that was like a staple of the Ben Reilly character. You know, same here, where it's like a more armored, Iron Spider hybrid costume. You know, it's got the simplicity of a Spider-Man costume, but with the metallic sheen and, you know, gold contrast to the forearms and like essentially the greaves and bracers contrast to the rest of the body that Iron Man would typically have. You know, because Iron Man would always usually have like red bracers and red greaves. You know, essentially for those who don't know what I'm talking about, boots and gloves. Here it's like, okay, he's got gold because the base suit design is red versus Iron Man's base suit usually gold. Like they're just very boring suit designs, and it sucks. I'm also not a fan of the whole gimmicky suit thing where it's like Spider-Man has to have like super high-tech suits. Like, why? Like, yeah, it worked for like some of these stories here. You know, like it works for this story here. He invented the suit himself to be this like ultra stealth, like it had a cloaking ability type thing, similar to like the Batman Beyond suit, right? Or the Unlimited Spider-Man suit. That's another good Spider-Man suit design in terms of creative suit designs. But like, these suits are just, oh look, it's a black version of the classic Spider-Man suit, except here, well, not in this version, but the Marvel Legends toy, it had red gloves. Ooh.
Shiny, shiny.
Just, like, they're not creative. Also, I take it this is probably going to be some kind of magic suit, because he teams up with Doctor Strange in the movie. Which, by the way, this is the same movie that is rumored to have Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield reprise their roles as their versions of Spider-Man. However, if it doesn't have whatchamface, if at least in regards to Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, which by the way is my favorite Spider-Man in terms of the live-action webheads, it's not going to be like if it's written by the same guys that have done Homecoming and Far From Home. That doesn't make, like, okay, so he's in the film. It's still gonna have the same shitty writing behind it, so why is it gonna make it better? Also, I might be incorrect regarding this suit. It seems that this might just be a color error on this toy. Because every other version of this suit that we've seen in the images does not have the red on it, so that might just be a color error, I don't know. But the suit designs still look pretty damn boring. And just overly, like, in this lighting, this suit doesn't look horrible, minus the red stuff, the red contrast. Well, if there were like red gloves and red boots to match, maybe it would be a little different. But just overall, like a black color version of the classic suit with gold webbing isn't a horrible idea. It just makes no sense. I was not a fan. Like, Spider-Man isn't Iron Man. He doesn't have like different suits for different tasks and jobs and shit like that. Or, Iron Man's a gimmicky character in a good way. Like, each suit has like a type of gimmick. But Spider-Man, all he needs are his web shooters, his camera, and his fucking tights. That's all he really ever needed. Also, we got Meg1 in the chat. Yeah, I saw your comment, but I didn't get to read it before. He says, Happy Independence Day. I updated my icon with to have the American flag. Yeah, so did we. Right here. Victor says, I'm back. I like Far From Home and the OG Spider armor the most visually. And Meg1 says, even the new Spider-Man PS4 game costume is awesome. It resembles the original, but had the white spider and the black suit is known for. No, Meg1, that is not what it is for. It is actually a reference to the movies. The white emblems on the front is meant to resemble the Amazing Spider-Man spider emblem. And the back white emblem on the advanced suit that you're referring to is a reference to the Sam Raimi Spider-Man chest emblem. And as for that design, I will admit, it is a better take on the alternate. It is more along the lines of, where the hell is it, of this, than this is. Let me find where the hell. Yeah, my spacebar doesn't work, by the way, so I apologize.
Yeah.
Also, A is died, too. I need a new keyboard. I ordered one already. Hasn't come yet. Okay, here we go. Here it is. And Meg1 says, I recently saw Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, the Spider-Verse movies weren't horrible. And here's the advanced suit from the Spider-Man PS4 game. And my problems with this, like, I have problems with this suit. I'm not a fan of the white emblem. It makes for weird contrast. Because that's the thing, is everyone trying to go for cool, but they don't go for what actually looks good. Like when you're doing costume design. You know what I mean? Like, they do what's popular and what looks cool by modern standards, but they don't do what actually looks cool, what works color-wise. And, like, here, you can see, like, the chest emblem is that of the Amazing Spider-Man movies, and the back emblem is that of the Sam Raimi Spider-Man chest emblem. So it's the chest emblems from both the different live-action films that inspired the games. And I do like some aspects of this suit. I don't like the webbed section on the legs. It just looks weird to me. I do like... For instance, I've actually created a Spider-Girl costume based on the advanced suit, because that's one of the aspects of the advanced suit that bugs me, is the lack of anything on the legs aside from the shoes. Kind of makes it look more feminine. Not in this specific screenshot, mind you, but in other shots, it makes it look a bit feminine, because it kind of looks like simple tights, where like the top half of the body is really busy, but then all of a sudden the legs are completely bare. It just looks very feminine to me, and it's kind of gave me the idea for that. But it's like, I don't know, like I'm just pointing out problems and what I liked and disliked about this suit. But even this is better. Like, and I'll agree, this is better than what we got here, or And since you said you just saw the Into the Spider-Verse movie here, like even like this was just a spray painted version of the in that movie. Miles Morales' suit is a spray painted version of the classic red and blues. Like it's fine. It just I'm not like it's not this. Like this is, in my opinion, the best alternate take on the classic red and blues ever to date. The Ben Reilly Spider-Man. Victor says, I somewhat like it until the legs. Seriously, the lower legs need more red. Yeah, it's too much. It's too much contrast. Like here, it works because the entirety of the upper body is red, and then you have some red on the legs, and it's not just the feet. It's like on the actual shins and the quads there. But the contrast there works. Whereas also it matches the arms, because the arms are also barren in blue with a little bit of red. So there's a symmetry there that works, and the color works there. The contrast works, but blue limbs with a red torso. But on the advanced suit from the PS4 Spider-Man game, it's like this, but if the arms were red too. It's like wearing pants, but they're tights. It looks weird. Victor says, personally, black makes more sense to me for the Spider-themed character than blue does. Well, that's the thing, is it's not that the black... I don't have a problem with the black. It's just, like, for instance, I don't like the color... Like, the color palette here just doesn't work. It looks weird. It's like a goldish tinted black. And here it's all black, and I'm not a fan of that when it comes to like webbing design as well. Whereas here it works. Here it looks great. Hell, there's even some really good suit designs that I've seen, like Alex Ross designs, where it's all the blue sections on the classic red and blue costume are black. Like, I like those designs too, because it's like, okay, swap out the blue for some black, it looks really good. Contrast with the red it's still the same look. Legend One says, even new Spider-Man PS4... Oh, I read that. Victor says, I like the Last Stand look. I don't know why, but it looked cool to me. The Last Stand look. Which one is that? I'm just trying to place... Is that the one where he's like wearing a leather jacket? I'm definitely not finding it here. There we go. Okay, yeah, so this is the exact one I was thinking of. Yeah, it's not a horrible look. I like the symbol, like the style of the chest symbol there. Kinda, yeah, no, this is, I know, I figured which one you were talking about. It's this one. And you got the classic Ramita style back emblem there too. Nice. I mean, again, this is like good for like an alternate take on the character, like, one of those like what if type things or whatever. Like the DC equivalent of an Elseworlds comic. But I really can't see this being like your Spidey suit for like that, like an actual story, like a continuous story, like a movie or like a Ultimate Spider-Man type of, or Noir Spider-Man, like a alternate take on Spider-Man storyline. like where it's a continuous story that keeps getting new issues. I can't see that being this. This looks too like, yeah, it makes sense for the story. It is like this one-off last stand type thing. In the PS4 game, it looks so classy. Yeah, I see it here. Some screenshots from the PS4 game. Like here, he's wearing actual pants. It's not tights, so it works. I think we're all tiptoeing around the Alex Ross suit. Alex Ross suit is one of the best alternate takes on. Aside from this, I would say it's my second favorite alternate take on the classic webs. Someone modded it into Spider-Man PS4, it seems. But it was actually Alex Ross designed the suit for the original Spider-Man movie in 2002. So you actually have it here, which is really cool. This was almost the suit for Spider-Man in the Sam Raimi films. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great suit, but I am really glad with what they went with. That just looks great. It's definitely the best on-screen Spider-Man suit to date. The Sam Raimi film. Alex Ross suit. Even the Spider-Man 2 Electro Boogaloo, as I like to call it. Enter Electro, but Electro Boogaloo. It was in that game. Victor says, and actual shoes, and agree to disagree. What, about the Alex Ross suit, or about the Sam Raimi suit being the best live-action suit design? Like, which part of what I said are you disagreeing with? The Alex Ross suit or the Sam Raimi? Both? Really? I mean, the Alex Ross suit is pretty much what, like, that is the full-on inspiration for what the Miles Morales suit is. So if you don't like, the Miles Morales suit, I would say actually ripped off the Alex Ross suit. And just look at it from here, you can easily see how it did. By the way, Alex Ross is just awesome. Like, that's classic Spider-Man. But the original, I love how he based this artwork off the original John Romita Sr. artwork. You know, it's got the Romita eyes, the original Romita chest symbol, because he made like 3 different symbols through his time on Spider-Man. But this is still one of the best alternate takes on the classic red and blues. The Ben Reilly Spider-Man suit. Good color, pops, contrast is there, everything's placed right. Victor says, I said I prefer the Far From Home look the most. Well, you do know that was entirely, that's another ripoff of the Alex Ross suit. You know that, right? This? It's a mix between the Alex Ross and Miles Morales suit.
Details.
I'm just pointing it out. Like, you don't like what it was inspired by, but you like the copycat. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just pointing it out. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. For starters, I don't know why there's this weird obsession with the MCU suits of having the belt not be pointy at the end. Like, it just looks weird to me. Spider-Man's belt has always been pointy.
How dare you! I've never heard such sacrilege.
So it just I don't know, weird. I actually haven't seen Far From Home. I've seen stills, obviously, but I haven't seen. I've seen like trailer bits and pieces here and there, but I've actually never watched the film, and that is not because I didn't have the time. I simply didn't want to. Those of you, again, some of you who've watched my content may have known this, but after walking out of Homecoming, out of the theater, I swore if the sequel is done by the same guys, I would not watch the sequel. Done by the same guys, so I didn't watch the sequel. Man of my word. And this suit design, though, the Alex Ross suit design, pretty much was ripped off by several different suit designs since. The Superior Spider-Man suit design and Miles Morales one, as well as the Far From Home suit. Trying to find where the hell is that. So, and actually, Alex Ross made two versions. So there's the red version that we saw, and then here's the white version. So, like, this could have been the suit. Like, as you see it right here, could have been Spider-Man's suit in the movie as well. Just white and black. Not too dissimilar to another suit. Worked here. Obviously, I could also be pointing out, like, in terms of creative Spider-Man suit designs, I could also point out the Spider-Man 2099 suits, but I wanted to keep this specifically a Peter Parker Spider-Man suit because, given the movies are Peter Parker Spider-Man, so. Imagine one says, "What are your thoughts on the classic black suit versus Spider-Man 3 black suit?" I was very, very, very disappointed with the Spider-Man 3 black. I hated that it was just, here's a black version of the classic, of the Raimi suit, but with a different spider emblem. Actually, do you know, they originally were going to go with a more classic looking black suit, but they didn't because it looked too much, and I'm quoting them here, like a porn star suit. It was like shiny latex or whatever. Victor says, it's pretty good, but because it came right after Endgame, it feels anticlimactic. Like it's fine, but it's very anticlimactic. Yeah, but that's not why I said I wouldn't watch it. I hated Homecoming because that is not Spider-Man. Like, Spider-Man, typically, he's a loner character. Like, that's what they got right in the Raimi films. In the comics, until I'm discounting anything past 1994, but in the comics, only like 5 people knew his secret identity, not including his wife. He had Black in terms of other heroes. Like, in terms of other heroes, you had Black Cat, you had Wolverine, and he figured it out on his own. Like, the reason Wolverine figured it out was because, there's this great story. I've told you this story dozens of times, Cam, but the Wolverine versus Spider-Man story where they go to Berlin, he figures this out because he recognizes Spider-Man's scent when he sees Peter Parker, and he's like, the nose knows, the scent doesn't lie. That's Spider-Man. Like, it's like, oh, he figured it out for himself. Clever. It's like, that was just a really good story. But Wolverine knows, Black Cat knows. That's actually it, really, in terms of the hero community. No, Daredevil knows. Sorry, Daredevil knows too. So really, just them. And then you have a few villains that know, but really, like, no one really knows the Spider-Man 2 identity. Like, in the greater community, in the eyes of the other heroes and everything, he's a bit of a wild card. Measure One says, "Yeah, I know they called it a BDSM or whatever suit." Yeah, well, that was the, and I don't know why they went with a shiny material for the suit. That doesn't help, but the suit design itself was actually really good. And Victor says, I guess regards to the the porn star suit. That's 3. You got 2 more to list. I have 2 more to list on what? Everyone says, I love the spider armor, but not the silver and black one. I mean the video game design where the red is replaced with white while the blue remains. What? Which spider armor is this? I mean, to me, there's only one spider armor, and that is this, beauty. But what spider armor are you referring to?
Don't ask questions.
They went with shiny suit likely to try and capture the blue highlights. I do like the blue highlights. Yes, that was... Well, the reason... You know why they did that in the comics. It wasn't because the suit was shiny. It was just because this way they can draw the detail of the suit. Otherwise, it would have just been black, like a solid black figure the entire time. Like, it was an artistic choice. It wasn't like it's a shiny, latex reflective, spandexy suit. It was just, how else are we going to show the detail in the artwork if he's wearing a fully black suit? That's why a lot of characters that have black hair are usually drawn with blue hair or bluish blackish hair or something. So this way they can actually draw detail in the hair, and it's not just a black solid blob on their head. So in comic books, a lot, when you see something that has black outlining, blue outlining on black, like the 2099 Spider-Man suit, it is typically something that is black. Look up Spider-Man 2000 PS1. Oh, dude, yeah, okay. The Spider-Man 2000 game. My favorite Spider-Man game of all time. Spider Armor. It's obviously a low texture version of the... Yeah, it was supposed to be this. You do know that, right? It was just... How do we make... It's essentially, we needed to make a power-up in the game, so we just recolored the red sections white. This way we don't have to load in a whole new asset, or a whole new character model. We just changed the color of the existing one. It was... Like, that was just due to the gaming limitations that they had at the time. Victor Wolfong says, did you know there was a manga where he doesn't have any powers and is an actual ninja, and yes, Spider-Man is a ninja? Yeah, there's a bunch of mangas. There's like a crap ton of Spider-Man mangas. Yeah, I know that, but I prefer it white and blue over silver and black. I mean, I'm not saying that's a bad look. I'm just saying that they were trying to recreate this with their limited game engine. Because if you look, I don't think they could do black. If you look at Venom and the symbiote suit in that game, they're also blue. Depends on what platform. If you're playing it on Mac and PC, they are black. Same with the Spider Armor. If you're playing it on the PlayStation 1, all blacks, anything that's colored black is colored blue. Because of game engine limitations and the platform limitations. And graphical limitations of the time. I recently streamed the 2000 game. It was fun when the controller wasn't being a pain. I've never had problems with the controller. But yeah, wow, we really went off on a tangent here, but I figured we would. But yeah, the suit design here is very basic. And what's funny is, odds are the toy here will look better than the actual suit in the film. Because I noticed typically with Spider-Man, the MCU suits, they go for... Where is it? Now you can see it here, where it's not actually... The web pattern isn't colored, but it's like engraved or whatever. What was that? They had a mask here that showed it off perfectly. Like a toy mask. Perfectly displays what I'm talking about. Nope, there it is. So you can see it here where it's like 2 lines and it's like separate. Like, I'm not a fan of this. Yeah, it's an interesting look, but it's too. You're trying too hard to be cool by having it be like, oh, look at the detail and the attention, like all this detail and stuff, where you focus so much on the detail and trying to look cool that you lose the look. Especially when this mask has them colored black, but in the movies and the stills, it's typically not. Like here. Oh, this is like just a really shitty quality image. Find a better quality image. Like, it's colored a little bit, but for the most part, you don't see a lot of the color. Like, whereas if it was just a solid black line, it would probably be a lot better. Like, the thing is, like, the lines just need to be thicker. That's really the problem. Victor says, like the character of Spider-Man, most of the time he's a ninja. He hit the criteria. Yeah, I mean, look, the original version of the character was very, like, he always relied on stealth and, you know, using his spider sense to avoid traps and stuff. So, like, I can easily see how it would be adapted to a ninja for manga stuff. Not unthinkable at all. There's even like a night version. Like, Marvel is before 2015. Marvel had a shit ton of alternate version realities of various characters, including Spider-Man. So, everyone says, I also just reloaded my PS4 Spider-Man the other night and completed the DLC story. I was surprised to find I had new suits, especially the Arachnid Rider suit. Yeah, the DLCs added new suits, some of which are pretty cool looking. Some of the original suits they had. They also added like stuff, the UK Spider-Man suit and stuff like that. So, everyone says they are trying so hard to make Spider-Man Superman. Superman has the 3 primary colors: red, blue, and yellow. Stan Lee made him just red and blue with the white eyes, mind you. And black, actually, I should say, because the black was essentially like, it was red and blue, but well, people kind of ignore this fact. Like, you're kind of, I wouldn't say you're ignoring it, but just the black parts of Spider-Man's suit add to the contrast of the design. Yeah, when you have it here, look, it just looks like red and black because you can barely see it looks like faded, drawn on web design on the suit here, especially on the fingers, and not even there on the forearms at all. You know, it looks like they're trying. You can see all this detail, but at the same time, it fails in what they're trying to do. Like, it's too complex unnecessarily. Whereas if you can see the black webbing, maybe it would look a little better, if I'm being honest. They were trying so hard to make Spider-Man Superman? No, that was just a popular thing at the time. Red and blue costumes was super popular. Take a look at Thor, Captain America.
Patriotic.
It's just that American superhero design. Everyone had it. Everyone had red and blue primary colors in their suit design back in the 60s. Even freaking Thor. Albeit, usually it was drawn as, the blue was drawn as black with like blue shading, like to highlight the musculature of under the suit. So again, same principle as with with the black suit, where it was actually black, but they used blue to show it off. But there were elements of the suit that actually were blue, depending on the artist. The circles on his suit were blue. Sometimes they were white. Depends on the artist. Said he made Captain America covered in Stanley made him just red and blue. Said he made Captain America covered in cobwebs. Victor says, like the art from Halo after 343 took over, it's too detailed for its own good. Exactly. Amazing One says, have you played the Miles Morales game, or are you not interested? How would I even go about playing it when I don't have a PS4 or a PS5? But I'm not. I wasn't interested anyway, so no, I wouldn't have played it if I hadn't. Especially since it's $50 for a glorified DLC. I'm not paying. Hell, I'm not even gonna pay $50 for the game, even if it was good. You know, like I usually try to get everything I can for cheap as hell. I got Titanfall 2 for free on my Xbox. Like that's how. Like I just bought the entirety of the Deus Ex collection on my PC for like 99 cents. Thanks to the Steam sale, hooray, and a bunch of coupons. Heroes had mostly had primary colors, while the villains had secondary colors. Yeah, not always though. Some villains had primary colors too. But that's the thing is, you were able to show them off differently. This way, it looked better because when it looked better on a page that's hand drawn, it's easier to see what's going on when you're using bright colors. Cap is a 40s character, and he's based on the American flag. Yes, Victor, that is true. Actually, he was created by Jack Kirby, which is why they were able to use him when Marvel was able to use him in 1963, because Kirby was essentially the head artist there. Jack the King Kirby. Everyone says, well, I've heard that Miles in the game is like Miles into the Spider-Verse, better than he is in the comics. Agree or disagree? Well, again, I haven't watched or seen any gameplay of I've seen gameplay of the Miles Morales game, but I haven't watched the story or anything like that. I actually have no idea what the story is. I've seen like the opening few minutes of gameplay, and I've played the Spider-Man PS4 game that came out in 2018. I played that on a friend's console, and it's better than the comics, but that really isn't saying much. I mean, the comic book character is it's tokenized Spider-Man. Let's call a spade a spade. Tokenized Spider-Man. He exists literally to have Peter Parker get killed off so he can replace him with Spider-Man. I know that sounds morbid and cynical, but that is the truth. That's exactly that's why he's there. That's why they killed off Spider-Man in Ultimate Comics, just to replace him with tokenized Spider-Man. Truth isn't always pretty. And as for this new movie, rumors, as I said, rumors are that Tobey Maguire is going to reprise his role as Spider-Man, and Andrew Garfield is going to reprise his Spider-Man role, and that's all good and fun, but if it's the same writers, it's going to be utter crap. A movie's only as good as its writing. Okay, that is kind of funny. I mean, it's realistic. Like, I've actually seen, there's actually a comic book panel where he's drawn like this, because without the hoodie, that's what he looks like. It's just really odd looking. Anyway, I would love to see Tobey Maguire in this suit return. And this is, by the way, this is the Sam Raimi suit in the PS4 game. It looks amazing. But the writing is probably going to be really, really bad. So, as for Miles Morales into the Spider-Verse, I did see that movie, and I liked it. I didn't hate him in that movie. It was actually really good. And they did a much better job than the comics, for sure. But that's because they had the characters actually interact. Like, Miles was, actually hanging out with Spider-Man before he died. It wasn't just, well, Spider-Man's dead now. Okay, let's create tokenized Spider-Man to take over. Major One says, I will agree to disagree. In Miles Morales' opening, Peter leaves town to help MJ in Sable's country. At least I think that was the reason. and he leaves Miles as Spider-Man in his absence. No, that's not it at all. They killed Spider-Man. In Ultimate Comics, which is what Miles Morales originates from, in Ultimate Comics, they killed Spider-Man, Peter Parker's Spider-Man. There's this whole Death of Spider-Man thing in 2012, and that's when, was it 2012, 2011? I don't even remember. But they killed off Spider-Man and then brought Miles Morales in as tokenized Spider-Man. I think you're thinking of later on. They brought Spider-Man back, classic Ultimate Spider-Man back. Peter Parker came back from the dead somehow, and then he and MJ went off to like New Jersey to have a happily ever after, only for Marvel to completely get rid of the Ultimate Comic Book universe, the Ultimate Marvel universe, and bring Miles Morales into classic Spider-Man universe, into the mainstream universe, because they were doing their whole Secret Wars knockoff DC Infinite Crisis, destroying all the alternate realities that they had in their roster for the sake of cleaning up reality, when DC did it because they had to clean up their reality. Their reality was a mess. Marvel did it because they needed a gimmick to sell comics, because comic sales were going down. And they just made things even more of a mess. Victor says, any thoughts on the Spider-Verse movie? I love the crap out of that film. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was definitely... let me put it this way. As someone who absolutely despises the Spider-Verse concept in the comics and how it was done, I was really not looking forward to this movie based on trailers. But when I finally saw the movie on Netflix, I actually really enjoyed it. Imagine One says, Miles needs his own codename. Peter is Spider-Man. Miguel O'Hara is Spider-Man of 2099. Gwen Stacy is Spider-Gwen. Miles, get your own name. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that this is a common trend outside of just Spider-Man. This is a comic book superhero trend right now. And that is how comic book superheroes are no longer, like, for instance, Wolverine. Wolverine is no longer just Logan. Like, it's not Wolverine. When you think of Wolverine, you think of Logan. You think of the short, hairy Canadian guy who's always angry and has metal claws. But nowadays, even Wolverine is now like apparently a transferable mantle or title that can go to any character, because they gave it to X-23 back in All New, All Different Marvel, which was the rebooted version of Marvel Comics that they did after getting rid of all the alternate universes. So Marvel, the main Spider-Man is essentially like Miles Morales now in that All New, All Different Marvel. That's where Kamala Khan, Miss Marvel comes from, all that. So in that reboot of the Marvel Comics, X-23, Laura Kinney, became the new Wolverine because they killed off Wolverine. And it's such a huge backstep for her character, because for anyone who don't know who X-23 is, she's a female clone of Wolverine. You know, using a damaged sample of Wolverine's DNA, the Weapon X program that essentially effectively spawned him, tried to recreate him, and they created a female clone. Later, he frees her, and she becomes effectively his daughter, because since she is. And the whole point is, like, Wolverine, the story between Wolverine and X-23 is that he's trying to stop what happened to him and, like, stop her from becoming him. It's like almost like a Batman Dick Grayson thing, where it's like, I'm going to help you solve your parents' murder so that this way you don't become me. It's that type of, it's not that exact same story, but it's that type of story where it's like, I'm trying to prevent you from becoming me, so you can become your own person and become a better person, and not just a murderous clone of me. And when you just have her become Wolverine, it spits in the face of all that. And there are characters where, you know, the title is a mantle. Batman is kind of one of them. Like, Bruce Wayne will always be the Batman. But, I mean, that's one of the best things, one of the best Batman stories, in my opinion, is Nightfall. And that is how, you know, okay, Batman gets his back broken by Bane and gives the mantle of the Bat to Azrael, and becomes Azbats, and goes on murder sprees, essentially. And then later, after Batman comes back to take the mantle back from Azrael, he gives the mantle over to Dick Grayson. It's like, so, yeah, and they even call it the mantle of the Bat. It's a mantle. Yeah, it's Bruce Wayne's mantle. It's his to give, and it's his, he created it. But, if Bruce Wayne were to die or something, it can be passed down to, say, Dick Grayson, and Dick Grayson can be Batman for a while, and it can be good. It's been done twice, and it was really good twice. Whether it's Batman Prodigal or... I don't remember what the 2008 story was, but the story where Dick Grayson was Batman and Damian Wayne was Robin, Grant Morrison was doing the story. I don't remember what the story was called, but Bruce Wayne was dead during that time, or trapped in time, or whatever. Blue Beetle's another good example. Yeah, Victor, Blue Beetle, because you had Ted Kord and you had Jaime Reyes as Blue Beetle. And Batman Beyond. I completely sidestepped Batman Beyond. Thanks for reminding me, Victor. But yeah, Camp, Batman Beyond's a good example of Batman being a mantle. The mantle of the Bat is an honorary. That's exactly it. Imagine One says... Oh, hold on. I'm missing a lot of comments here. Imagine One says, in the game, Miles Morales, haven't seen past the opening. What? I haven't seen past the opening. I haven't seen the story or whatever. He was essentially, they were calling him Spider-Man as well, or Spider-Boy, which would have been more accurate, let's be honest. But, in the game they did that, Victor says. What? They did what? In the game, Peter goes to MJ to help in Sable's country. Okay, thank you. That's on me. My bad. Okay, so he's Spider-Man in Spider-Man's absence. All right, but Spider-Man's still alive and kicking. He's just not in New York. Okay, fine, I guess. Anyone says, I was surprised by how good the Spider-Verse film was. Before that film, the best Spider-Verse was the Spider-Wars from the 90s cartoon. Spider-Verse is up there beside their best Raimi film. Yeah, no, the 90s cartoon definitely did it the best, I think. That and Shattered Dimensions, if I'm being honest. Shattered Dimensions, where you had Noir, Ultimate, mainstream and classic Spider-Man, and 2099 all team up. Spider-Wars from the 90s cartoon, was another good example. The thing is, when you're doing any type of Spider-Verse thing, like in the Spider-Verse film did this well as well, and that is, you have to have each version of the character that you have on screen, or in the comic book, or in the game, be extremely different from one another. So, Spider-Man Noir is very different from Ultimate Spider-Man, who himself is very different from mainstream Spider-Man, who is himself different from 2099. Or who, in the case of the Spider-Verse film, you had Spider-Ham, who obviously, I don't think I need to explain the difference there. Spider-Man Noir, mainstream Spider-Man, who was the older Peter Benjamin Parker, right? That was supposed to be their version of mainstream Spider-Man. The reason why he was divorced was, let's just say, it was an easier version of saying his marriage was undone by the devil, because that's what happened in 2006 comic, One More Day or something. The Mephisto made a deal to undo his marriage or something like that, which was the stupidest bullshit ever. But in the movie, they just had it where he was divorced, which makes more sense. But yeah, so that was mainstream Spider-Man. Then you had obviously Ultimate Spider-Man, which was the one that died in Miles' universe. You had Spider-Gwen. You had very different versions. You had the Japanese chick with the robot. You had very different versions of the character on screen, so this way there's no repetition. They had similar stories of becoming Spider-Man. That's kind of that's Spider-Man's shtick, but each version of the character you saw was a very different version of the character. The problem with the comic book version was you essentially have 5 quadrillion versions of the character, and each of them having maybe 2 differences between them. Instead of dating MJ and after college or whatever I did, or during college. Like, there's like small differences that literally make no difference. So you just have like 5 different versions, and they're like half of them aren't even different at all. Not to mention the fact that when you have so many different versions of the same character all at once doing the same thing, it kind of takes away from the character. Because it's like, okay, this character is no longer unique. Versus when you have alternate versions of the character like Noir or 2099, the original character, as well as those alternate takes, are all still unique because they're unique takes on that character. You know, like Spider-Man 2099 doesn't take away from the traditional classic Spider-Man. First off, it's not the same guy. Second of all, it's in the future, this Cyberpunk 2099 future, where corporations rule and everyone, people are cyborgs and the classic Cyberpunk type style future. Then you have Spider-Man Noir, what Spider-Man was in 1933 fighting, in the Depression and then later Nazis. It's like they're very different versions and they don't take away from one another. It just makes each one more unique. Even the animated series did that right. You had the one where it's like, okay, when he beat Doc Ock, he took his arms, and now he's got extra arms, so he's more 8-limbed Spider-Man type thing. Then you had the legitimate 8-limbed Spider-Man. You had like the Iron Man type Spider-Man with the spider armor. So, like, each version was unique. It didn't take away from the classic version. They were all different. Whereas in the Spider-Verse version, there's like so goddamn many. It's like every time you wore a different costume, that's now a new version of the character. Every time it's like it takes away from it. It's just here we need a gimmick to sell comics because we're losing money. Here, let's do this. That's pretty much what it came down to.
And toys. Don't forget the toys.
And the what?
Toys.
Toys.
Sell toys.
Yes, toys too. Because every new time he has a costume, that's a new toy. Let's see. Imagine one says, my version of Batman in my story dies from his broken back and his soul splits with it, passing on to twin brothers. Victor says, I like the female Doc Ock. It was a great twist. Oh, what, in Shattered Dimensions? I liked female Doc Ock in Shattered Dimensions too. Especially since, again, that was a unique take on Doc Ock. It wasn't, let's just do female Doc Ock. It's like the same thing as with 2099 Spider-Man. This was Doc Ock of 2099. It's a different person. You're referring to the movie though. I wasn't a huge fan. Because again, like, that's what made female Doc Ock work in Shattered Dimensions. Like, here's gender swap Doc Ock. Well, let me put it this way: if you reverse gender swap someone, like if you make a female character male, people would lose their minds. Same with if you race swap a black character to white, people would lose their minds. But somehow it's not racist or not sexist to gender swap males to females and whites to black. I call double fucking standard and bullshit.
How dare you?
How dare I indeed. Megan says, I was shocked by the Prowler's role in Spider-Verse. I knew of the character in the comics, Hobie Brown, but took the character to a whole new level. Well, they were going by Ultimate. Ultimate Prowler and Classic Prowler are very different. Which is pretty much the status MO for everything Ultimate versus Classic. Like, Ultimate version of characters are extremely different than, and I do mean extremely different than the Classic versions. For instance, Scorpion. Scorpion in Ultimate Comics is a clone of Peter Parker with a cybernetic tail biografted to his spine. As opposed to Mac Gargan, PI turned radioactive nightmare. Or just turned into a Scorpion menace. Victor says, I hope to God that in the sequel, the Japanese one, the true old one with the actual giant robot comes back. I don't know what they're going to do with the sequel. They teased 2099 Spidey, which, by the way, I was not a fan of their version of Lola. For anyone who doesn't know, Spider-Man 2099 has a personal AI, I think they call it Hollow Agent in the universe, but it's a personal AI, effectively, named Lola, who in the comics is based on Marilyn Monroe because the story behind Lola is Miguel O'Hara, Spider-Man 2099's ex-girlfriend, was a huge 20th Century fan. And she loved Marilyn Monroe, so she based the AI off her visually. So Lola is essentially like based off of 20th culture, and when you have her based off of a 20th century singer, because it's relevant, it kind of takes away from the character a bit. Just saying. Major One says the many versions of the same character taking away from what makes Peter unique is Dan Slott's fault. Yeah, well, that's Dan Slott in a nutshell. He wants to show that anyone can be Spider-Man, as in Peter's not special. Now that's what's interesting. That's what I hate about modern Marvel, and that is, in old school Marvel, like typically before Marvel Comics, before 1960, effectively, accidents were what caused people to become the villain. But what Marvel did was they made accidents the cause of being... I said Lola, didn't I? Lila. I'm sorry, Lila, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking of... Whatchamface. Lola is another AI character. I'm confusing two AI characters. Lila, thank you. But, yeah, Marvel did is they made accidents be the source of the heroes as well. So Spider-Man, Iron Man, Hulk... like the three biggest ones in terms of accidents causing them to become heroes. Fantastic Four, I think, is actually the biggest example. An accident makes them the world's famous heroic family. Lolo's Agent Coulson's car. Yes, I know. I was confusing the two. That is my fault. I was probably also thinking of the song Lola by the Kinks. I'm not gonna lie. L-O-L-A Lola walks like a woman that talks like walks like a woman that talks like a man. Lola, la la la. Anyway, but like what Marvel did was like, okay, it's not that like, okay, an accident caused it, could have been anyone, but that's the thing, like, yeah, an accident caused it, could have been anyone, but it wasn't. It happened to them, and that's why they're the hero. Like that was Marvel's whole shtick in the 60s, was an accident caused this person to be the hero. This specific person to be the hero. It wasn't just, oh, an accident. It was, an accident caused this person. Megan says, I remember a time where Peter as Spider-Man had new costumes all by himself. Yeah, well, also, that's when Spider-Man was actually cool. They've turned Spider-Man into, like, Iron Boy or whatever now. Batman Beyond Light. LTE. Victor says, I get it. Yeah. Megan One says, some characters can be race swapped. Michael Clark Duncan's Kingpin in Daredevil is an example of race swap done right. Okay, fair. Yeah, in the Daredevil movie. No, that's a good point. But that doesn't make it any less... Like, that's different. I should clarify. It's not that race swapping inherently is bad, it's why are you doing it? Are you doing it because you're looking for the best guy for the role? Like in the case of Michael Clark Duncan, who was literally just the best guy for that role? Or are you just race swapping because, for instance, Jimmy Olsen. Jimmy Olsen's been race swapped like 17 in Supergirl, was it? And now that's the new version of Jimmy Olsen. It's always black and everything. I mean, keep in mind, Hollywood also has this weird aversion to redheads and wants to race swap every redhead in existence. Wally West, Iris West, Jimmy Olsen, Mary Jane. That's just Marvel in comic books. I mean, Annie, they did it with Annie as well. I'm surprised they haven't done it with Luthor, because Luthor is a redhead. Lex Luthor. Imagine once. Okay, read that. Lola. Spider-Man 2099 versus Batman Beyond. Who wins? Spider-Man 2099 because he is not afraid of killing. He has killed 2 people in the original comic run. Also, the fact that, well, here's a fun fact though: Batman Beyond is super, super, like heavily inspired by Spider-Man 2099. Like, there's even interviews about it where like Bruce Timm is like, yeah, no, we pretty much just copied Spider-Man 2099, except instead of having like classic villains, but the 20 like instead where Spider-Man 2099 has it's Vulture 2099, Doc Ock 2099, stuff like that. Batman Beyond didn't want to do like, oh, it's Joker Beyond and Penguin Beyond. Like, they wanted to create original characters. But aside from that, it's pretty much identical. Aside from that and the Batman element where Bruce Wayne is actually there and everything, it's almost like there's a lot of mirroring there, which is cool because 2099 is good. So if you're gonna steal from the best, right? Victor says, question and change of subject. Have you watched Transformers Cyberverse? I surprisingly like the show. I haven't, but I have heard really positive things. I haven't, but I have heard positive things, so that doesn't surprise me that you like it. I've heard really good things regarding the show. Like, yeah, there's some funny kiddie moments, but not in a bad way. I've heard. My best friend sent me clips regarding Soundwave in the show, and it looked really cool. It looked good. The designs look good too, I gotta say. Like, they're not like, yeah, they're clearly G1, like alternate G1 designs, and they're not super creatively alternate G1 designs, but that doesn't mean they're bad. It's just not super. Maggie1 says, I think at the same time, yes, MCD was the best. Oh, Michael Clark Duncan was the best role for Kingpin. Victor says they did with Lex. Remember BVS? He was blonde. That's not race swapping. Race swap, but yeah, blonde. No, he was redhead in that. I swear he was redhead in that too. Yeah, he was redhead in that. Here, here's a still of the horrible Lex Luthor. Yeah, he was a redhead in that. It's horrible, but it was Mickey Mouse as Lex Luthor, but whatever. Oh, you guys can't see the screen right now. I apologize. There.
Oh, could you?
Now you can. He's redheaded. But also, they didn't race swap him, which is still surprising. Imagine one says, I will admit I like the race swap of Liz Allen in Spectacular Spider-Man from blonde Caucasian to Puerto Rican descent. She had more personality to me. Yeah, that's not really saying much though from 1961, the 1961 and 1962 issue. Like, Liz Allen didn't actually get a lot of character development in the comics until she became Liz Allen Osborn when she married Harry. Like, then she became an actual character. Again, I'm not saying race swap. It's just like, again, like, are you race swapping because inclusion and representation and diversity and all these other buzzwords that are holy bullshit? What's this? Victor says, in the 80s, when he was remade into a better character, they based his modern personality on Trump. Who? Oh, Lex Luthor? Yeah. Well, like, oh, you mean like in the sort of like the '90s cartoon where he was more businessman than previous versions of Lex Luthor? That wasn't the '80s. That was the '90s. Imagine one says the guy from Social Network would have been better as Riddler rather than Lex Luthor. Bryan Cranston would have been a better Lex. Well, that's the thing. Lex Luthor has to be intimidating, not like you're worried of him going psycho on you. Yeah, the Riddler would be a better thing. But anyway, here's a list of all the comic book characters that have been race swapped so far, and this is outdated now, by the way, because this is December 15th of 2020. But we got Cyclone here from DC Comics. We've got Hawkgirl. We've got Iris West, Jimmy Olsen, Wally West, Starfire. A lot of people forget that Starfire technically is race swapped. He was an alien, but had red hair. Batwoman. April O'Neil. Electro. Commissioner James Gordon. By the way, these aren't just all race swapped comic book characters. These are all redhead race swapped comic book characters. Let me clarify. This is every single red-headed comic book character that has been race swapped. Flash Thompson. Ripcord from G.I. Joe. I don't know Isaac, and forgive me, I don't know every comic book thing that ever existed. It does include some non-comic book stuff here, obviously, but I got Heimdall. Which, by the way, makes no sense, because for those who know their Norse, and at the very least Marvel Comics Thor lore, Heimdall's supposed to be Lady Sif's brother. So take that, like, obviously in the movies that doesn't seem to be the case, because Idris Elba, as much as I love the guy, is Heimdall, and Lady Sif is still looks like Lady Sif, so... MJ, and before anyone starts getting on my case saying, "Oh, MJ, it's not Mary Jane Watson, it's a different character," do you really think they're going to have MJ? They call her MJ in the movie. You think they're going to have real MJ show up and then you have two characters named MJ? No. Lana Lang has been race swapped. Alicia Masters. Actually, I'll admit, I didn't mind this race swap though, because again, it was another case of she was best for the role. Annie was race swapped. I mentioned that earlier. Some random Flash characters race swapped. Alice Monaghan.
I got to run.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it quits here soon anyway, because we're just ranting on comic book stuff. So, yeah, here's full lists of various red-headed race swapped characters, and that's not even mentioning the non-race swapped characters like, oh, I don't know, Nick Fury. People seem to forget that Nick Fury used to be white. But ever since Ultimate Comics, because Ultimate Comics did make Black Nick Fury, which was based on Sam L. Jackson from Shaft. So there's that. And it works there. And obviously the the movies have been based heavily on the Marvel Ultimate Comics. But that's now everything else outside the movies, the comics themselves, everything have normalized black race swapped Nick Fury. So I'm never going to see my version of Nick Fury again, the version I grew up with. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury and his Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos. I'm never going to see that guy again. It sucks. They normalized black Nick Fury just as they normalized black Jimmy Olsen, because now he's black in all the animated stuff now that's coming out. Yeah. Victor says after Crisis, 90s version based on that. Yeah, you're correct. Lex Luthor being like more business oriented. By the way, I love business oriented, like the 90s animated series and the DC classic DC Comics post Crisis. I loved that. He was more calculating and more intimidating that way. Measure One says Starfire can be played by any African American so long as she has orange skin. Gamora was more accurate than that Titan's trash. Yeah, exactly. Well said. Well said. Victor says, I hear good things about that new Rise of the TMNT. So have I. You know, so like I'm not saying. By the way, again, I'm not saying it's inherently evil to race. Like it just. I'm just calling a spade here. You know, like if you're race swapping, don't say it for any other reason than you're doing it because you need to have a black guy on the screen or something. Because if you were to do that to a black character, people would flip out, lose their minds, it would be racist, and it's like, so you know, I'm just calling it as it is. I'm gonna say it as it is. That's what I do. That being said, though, like if you're, you know, say for a live action movie, you need to cast, you know, someone for the role of this character. And, you know, in the case of Michael Clark Duncan and the actress that played Leisha Masters in the classic FF movies, you know, they got who was best for the role. Like, that's good. Like, they played the character true to their form. Type thing. Like, that's good. But when you're not doing that, like, you know, for instance, Michelle Jones MJ thing in new movies, fuck off. That's just, you just wanted to race swap MJ, just like you race swapped Liz Allen and you race swapped Flash Thompson. By the way, why is a bully shorter than the guy he's bullying? I've never had that happen. But then again, I haven't been in school in 20-something years, so. But still, like, come on. Like, Spider-Man the Spider-Man Marvel Cinematic Universe movies are just the epitome of race swap, of forced diversity. That's the word, forced diversity. But yes, Major One. Michelle Jones is no MJ. Can we have Kirsten Dunst back? She seems less bad compared to this. You know what's funny? In Spider-Man 3, the chick that played Gwen Stacy, I don't remember her name, so forgive me for not remembering her name. She was a redhead. Kirsten Dunst is blonde. And they each had to play, and Kirsten Dunst had to dye her hair to be a redhead in the film. And the chick that played Gwen Stacy had to dye her hair blonde to play a blonde in the film. So I always found that funny. Major One also says, Lana Lang swapped seemed okay at the time. I don't think that was in Smallville, right? I never saw Smallville, so I really can't say. I've never saw Smallville, unfortunately. I hear it's good. Like my father actually recently watched it. He's telling me, because we're both Superman fans, like classic Superman fans from like the 80s and 90s, and he was telling me how it's this is using his words. It is a really good Elseworld Superman story, and I'm always for an Elseworld Superman story. So that doesn't have Superman fucking evil. I hate fucking evil Superman. But I haven't watched it yet. But that is from the Smallville, so I don't know. I would have Sergeant Fury to be the father of Samuel L. Jackson Fury. They did that in the comics, so that's how they got rid of White Fury. They killed him off, but only shortly before revealing that he had a son in the 60s with some, I don't remember who, just some random black chick. And so now Sam L. Fury is classic Fury. It's the new Fury, essentially. And he's also named Nick Fury. Nick Fury Jr. And that's fine, but they don't do that. Victor Wolfgang says, I grew up with the Black Nick, so I don't mind. I grew up with classic Nick Fury, so I don't mind when it was regard to the MCU and when it was regard to Ultimate Comics, because the Ultimate Comics, again, they based Nick Fury in the Ultimate Comics off of Sam L's appearance in Shaft in the 1999 2000 movie of version of Shaft. So like literally, like visually everything was based off of Nick Fury from that film. And it was also a different character from the classic Nick Fury, so it made sense. In terms of like, that universe was, to quote Madam Web, present day out of sync. Like, a fucked up present day. Like, so that's what the Ultimate Comics are. And they did it for the movies, it only seemed rational, you know? Like, okay, we have Nick Fury. When we have Samuel L. Jackson, let's literally cast the guy that the Ultimate comic we're basing our movie off of, based their version of Nick Fury off of. It made sense. But now they're using the MCU to normalize Nick Fury as, because even in all the cartoons and all the different comic books now, it's the same. Also, it doesn't help the fact that Nick Fury and everything nowadays, or just every comic book and cartoon nowadays is based off the MCU, which is kind of like reading a book that was in English, translated into German, then into Japanese, then back into English. Doesn't work. Everything's different, and it doesn't work. Everyone says, if you want to do a new modern take on Lex Luthor, make him the head of a DC Universe version of Amazon, Lexpress, shipping goods all over. Oh, it's funny you say that. I need to find this goddamn... let me just get rid of the Discord thing here now that it's just me. Apologize. Okay. Discord background... Sorry about this. Okay, there we go. I have a funny image. I need to find it, but it's a funny image of. It's a funny meme. You guys will enjoy this if I ever find it. Where is it? Oh man, I really hope that I actually have it. Otherwise, you know what? I'll be right back. Hold on. Alright, I am back. I apologize for that. So I didn't have it on my computer. That is the problem. Okay, here we go. Here it is. There you are. Why would Amazon be pushing an agenda to not trust Superman? Jeff Bezos is Lex Luthor. No, but I figured it was on the topic of Victor's question of my thoughts on Invincible. I did watch Invincible. I actually read the comic too. It's funny. So Poker here on Cast in Shadows, my best friend, he's not on Cast in Shadows as often as he wants to be, but he read Invincible when it was coming out, when it was new. And he tried to get me into it then. I wasn't having it. But he finally got me into it recently when the show came out. And I gotta say, first off, I see why he loves it. But also, the comic book is really good. As for the show, I love the show. The show was really well done. It made a lot of changes to the it Okay, it did some changes to the comic book. For instance, in the comic book, spoilers, by the way, just complete spoilers right now. If you don't want to hear them, mute the video. Otherwise, here we go. Nolan Grayson, Omni-Man, Mark's dad, Invincible's dad, is evil. He's a Viltrumite. He was here to conquer Earth. He was here to see if humans can be, if he can breed Viltrumite, like full Viltrumites with humans. He can. So now he's here to conquer Earth. Mark has to fight him. Obviously, he gets his ass handed to him. But Nolan's time on Earth made him realize he actually is human in a way, like emotionally and mentally. So he loves his family. Doesn't want to kill him, and so he just leaves the entire solar system. And in the comic, that happens in like issue 2. In the show, it took 8 episodes to get there. I like the change because obviously the comic book was an Image Comics thing in 2010 or 11 or something, or 2012 I think. So it was at the time kind of like, we're gonna do everything that Marvel and DC, aka corporate comic books, can't, because we're Image Comics. We don't have those rules and regulations as well as that like corporate overhead that they do. So they were essentially like, let's do everything right out the bat, all the murder and stuff. So they kind of in the show, I liked the kind of slow build to, oh, Omni-Man's actually evil, versus in the comic, you know, there were some good changes. There were a lot of changes that were for the better, I think, in terms of like the comic book versus the show. For instance, in the comic, Mark's friend, I'm blanking on his name, Michael, I think. He's gay in the comic as well, but not. You don't learn that until later. He comes out as gay because again, it was made in 2012. I liked the show just having him gay right off the bat. That was definitely a better show. Like a realistic amount of gore. Oh yeah, lots of gore. The Invincible comics are all about gore. Like gore, making fun of the corporate comics, how they keep all the villains around as opposed to just killing them, stuff like that. One of the things that the comics does really well, and the show did as well, and I hope to see more of, is in Invincible, there's a lot more talking and not as much fighting. And that is like, yeah, intelligent people would talk their way out of a situation as opposed to just bashing the other person's head in. So I hope to see more of that. But the show was really good. I liked it. My only drawback were 2 things. The animation, not that the animation was bad, it just, the shading felt off. That's really it. Like, it just felt weird, like almost too simplistic. And that's not the animation, the drawing style itself, just the shading. That and Amber, who, by the way, is race swapped. She's a Caucasian blonde in the comics. Here, by the way, which they had a longer relationship. It lasted for, I want to say like 40 to 50 issues in the comics, their relationship. Like in universe, that was like a few years. And it was like a good relationship, except yeah, it was similar reasons why they left. Like she, he never told her the secret. Eventually he did, and didn't still, like, they ended up whatever. The comic book, like the show, very much teased Eve and Mark getting together, because like you see the two and you want them to get together. It's just how it is. But like in the show had her pretty much like super woke. I even name drops Ta-Nehisi Coates. For those who don't know, is the writer at the moment, for Captain America and Black Panther and Marvel Comics, or I should say Disney Marvel Comics. And it's like talking about white privilege and this and that, and how America's evil, and now he's the writer for J.J. Abrams' Superman movie that they're making. It's like, yay. So, like, that part wasn't great, but aside from that, I did like the show a lot, and especially at the end when they effectively teased the entire rest of the comic book's timeline. Yeah, they teased Conquest, they tease Battle Beast, they tease pretty much like everyone. It was great. I'm not gonna spoil the comic book like storyline just because if you're enjoying the show, I don't want to ruin that for you. Like, some of that stuff is really good. But the comic book did end. For anyone that's curious as to like what's the current status of it, it ended like 2013 or 14. Only ran for a few hundred issues. But like when I say it ended, it wasn't like they cut funding or they stopped running the issue. It ended because it ended on a solid note. Like it had a solid, good, happy ending. Like they finished the story. That was it. There's no right. Invincible, I like it. Megan One says, I say Injustice should have done a swerve. After Joker's death, we led to believe Superman went bad and took over Earth, but when Classic League tried to free Classic Batman, we learned it's Batman who turned bad. No, that's the thing. Injustice, Gods Among Us, the first game, is the one version of evil Superman that I actually like. And the only reason that is because we're seeing it through the eyes of the classic DC, like pre-New 52 classic DC League. Right? The league that's been brought to the alternate dimension where Supes went evil. Because Joker got bored of Batman. Magazine Ones also says, basically seeing Superman kill Joker makes Batman lose hope in heroes, and he tried to put his Tower of Babel plan into effect, hence Superman and the Justice League versus Batman, Street Heroes. But the problem with that is, Batman, depending on continuity, Batman existed before Superman. Actually, in most continuities, including the classic comics. Batman existed first. Yeah, he's always a darker hero than Superman, always will be. But, like, he has, like, it's not like a case of if Captain America went crazy, all the Marvel heroes would like lose hope because Captain America was like one of the first heroes in that universe. Megan One says, I haven't seen Invincible, it's on Amazon Plus, I only have Netflix. I'm sure you can touch face like pirate it or sail the high seas somewhere and find it. But Invincible was a good show. Good comic, good show. But I am gonna warn you. By the way, I'm done talking with spoilers. You can. But, I am just gonna give you a warning. I am gonna warn you of Amber in the show. It's just not. It's just like yikes. That's all. Like race swap is the least of the problems in that. With that one. And there is a consistency of... keep in mind, the only Amazon original shows I've watched are Invincible and The Boys. Both of which have, in the case of The Invincible, it's only just, thank God, only Amber. But in the Boys, especially season 2, it was very woke and stuff like that, and stupid. Just bad writing, actually, more so than woke. But anyway, Megan says, I understand you like Injustice's evil Superman, but just about every Superman vs. Batman has Superman bad. My idea was no, that's not true. You've never read The Batman Who Laughs. Batman Who Laughs is Batman kills the Joker. Some neurotoxin in Joker's blood is then in Batman upon death. Like it was a kind of nanite thing or whatever. Like essentially, it was some kind of like fail-safe. Like if Joker were to die, it's like a neurotoxin that would only be able to affect one person in close proximity to his corpse upon death. Batman essentially turns Batman into the Joker, but he has all of Batman's skills and intellect. It's a Jokerized Batman. It's the scariest thing ever, and so you have the League versus Joker Batman. So the Batman Who Laughs is evil Batman. But you are correct that DC just has some kind of hard-on for making Superman evil versus making Batman evil. By the way, and that's the thing is, everyone keeps forgetting that the quintessential Batman versus Superman fight has none of them evil. Like, neither is evil. It's just conflicting ideas. The Dark Knight Returns. Superman's just a tool of the government. He's still Superman. He's just, because he's in the employ of the government, he has to fight Batman. Because Batman is, for all intents and purposes, going against the law to be Batman because they made superheroes illegal. And Batman's still Batman. He's still doing the good thing. They're both heroes. They don't want to fight each other, but they have to. You know, like that's the quintessential fight that has since spawned all these various Batman versus Superman stuff, which is so stupid, by the way. They're like super best friends. You want a good movie that has Batman and Superman working together? I recommend watching Superman, Batman, Public Enemies, or Superman, Batman, Apocalypse. Both of which are really good. Good voice acting too, like, you know, Kevin Conroy is Batman. I think Tim Daly is Superman. Victor Wolfgang says, working on some art. Any thoughts on Broadside turning into the Pillar of Autumn copy? The Pillar of Autumn copy? Oh, you mean the Pillar of Autumn class Halcyon ships? Because didn't they make in Halo lore, like, I'm not making this up, like in Halo lore, they made a class of ships based off the Pillar of Autumn. Like, so you now have a Pillar, like, I think it's like Pillar of Autumn class cruisers now. But anyway, I'm not making him a triple changer, as his shtick is stupid. I mean, in my version of the Transformers, I have not Broadside. I don't think I've written anything for Broadside in my continuity, but I have written Tidal Wave, and he's a aircraft carrier. But he's also a triple changer. He's an aircraft carrier, and then he transforms into a giant spaceship. For Transformers. This my Transformer. But anyway, I'm not against the idea of him just turning, like, he's not a triple changer, just turns to the Pillar of Autumn. Cool. I'm all for that. Engine 1 says, I mean, between Superman and Batman, I'm more likely to believe that if one were to go bad for any reason, it's going to be Batman. He's that paranoid and needs crime to live. I don't know about that, but I do agree with the fact that just you don't have a lot of Batman evil stories versus, like, Superman evil stories are being cranked out like they're freaking rabbits. So it would be interesting to see, but personally I just want better writing that don't involve either heroes being evil, because they're heroes, but whatever. Victor says, a plane the size of an aircraft carrier, or an aircraft carrier the size of a plane. It's an aircraft carrier for little remote controlled planes. No, I agree with the don't make him a triple changer, make him Pillar of Autumn. That's a good idea. I'm making Tidal Wave the Nemesis and later the Infinity. Ooh, that is a neat idea. Very nice. Imagine says, not to mention Batman started as a gun-toting vigilante who killed criminals. He stopped because of Comics Code Authority. Well, that's pre-Crisis Batman. So, well, actually, not even. That's Golden Age pre-Crisis Batman. Then Golden Age Batman and Silver Age Batman are two very different Batmans. And they're both different than post-Crisis Batman. So you have three different Batmans, right, that I just said right there, and yeah. But you were not wrong, he was a gun-toting, criminal-killing maniac. Dressed in a bat costume. You know what? You guys are making me want to watch freaking Batman cartoons right now. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just like, damn it. Like, I don't even want this. Like, I don't even want to stop the stream. I'm just watching cartoons right now. You guys with me? You know what? I'm going to do a trailer reaction because I really haven't watched the Batman Long Halloween. So for any of you who've seen this story, who know this story, it's a good story. Very good, like a very detective-y story, like right up Batman's alley type thing. And they're making an animated movie based on it. And one says, even so, the character as they started, be it Golden Age or later, shows that they start somewhere. Yeah. Well, you have to keep in mind though, DC heroes are very different from Marvel heroes in terms of origins. Marvel started with a continuity. They started with heroes and until like the 90s when everything just got completely fucked up. I've gone on rants about this before, so I'm not going to go there today. But, you know, from the 60s up to the mid 90s, you know, they had a solid continuity and everything like that. Whereas DC, I mean, do you know how the original Flash comics, not the original, sorry, but the Golden Age, Silver Age Flash comics, sorry, from 1960, the Barry Allen Flash comics were made originally? The artist would just draw out some random panels, and then the writers had to just make up a story that went along with it. There was no continuity. There was no plan or anything. And then one day the artist just threw the writers a complete curveball by having the cover art show Golden Age Flash and Silver Age Flash, you know, Jay Garrick and Barry Allen, side by side, racing the whatchamface to save someone, which, by the way, was the birth of multiverse in the comic book industry. But also, like, that's the thing, like, the writer's like, okay, how the fuck are we going to go about this? And that's how they created the whole concept. So, they had no plan. They were just kind of fucking around and free willy, like, you know, willy-nilly just going about it however they wanted. You gotta give them credit. They did a pretty good job, all things considered. Victor says, I'm not making Astro Train a triple changer as well, and having him turn into a massive ship where his body is a boot camp for new cons. The only triple changers I'll have is Springer and Blitzwing. Okay. Honestly, I'm not against... What about, Oh, you just said Blitzwing, never mind. Yeah, I like that. Just one triple changer perfection, that... Especially for this type of story you're going for, from what you told me, that works. It makes sense. That's the thing too, is like, I love the original G1 stuff, but unlike the comic books, the cartoon had like no rules, and that always bugs me. Is when you have like rules, either you have no rules in your universe, or you have rules and then don't abide by them. Like the comic books, the Marvel comics, Marvel comics had rules to their universe, and they followed them. You know, if you, according to the Marvel comics, the G1 Marvel comics, if you didn't transform into something that flew, you know, that had flight capabilities, you didn't fly. It was just that simple. Whereas the G1 cartoon just did whatever the hell it wanted. Rules be damned. And that's things, for a universe to work properly and to be engaging and people to, like, because again, it's fiction, you know, it's like, especially spectacle fiction, like spectacular, you know, stuff like alien robots that transform into cars and shit. You gotta at least set some sort of basic rules of the universe that you adhere to. Otherwise, it's not going to be easy for people to get into it. Like, in terms of people, I mean, like, you know, adults and, like, people to... It's not going to get a cult following the way it did. Like, a Saturday morning cartoon in the 80s is different than modern day writing, I think. Or versus, like, trying to get an audience engaged in something. Like, the cartoon, like, you watch back and there's a lot of problems. Like, even hardcore Transformers fans literally make parody videos on some of the problems G1 had. Animation errors, voice acting errors, especially with the Headmasters cartoon. Jeez. But yeah, it's like you gotta have set rule base, otherwise, like that's why Transformers Prime, Transformers Armada, or Transformers Animated, Transformers. The Cyberverse one, I haven't watched it, but I assume they all have set rules and they adhere to them, and that's why those shows work. That's why they have these big followings, especially with the Transformers Prime stuff. Imagine one says, that's why Batman would start as a violent vigilante who puts criminals in positions to be killed and is set to kill Joe Chill, only to be denied his vengeance, seeing Joker changes him. To me, DC needs Batman to start as a killer. It shows continuity to its roots. Yeah, but that's never been DC. And besides, honestly, if they did that, I would never have been a Batman fan. At least not in the same way that I am. Like, I fell in love with post-crisis Batman. Like, that was a Batman well, sort of. I did read some pre-crisis. Like, I started out with some pre-crisis stuff, but the pre-crisis stuff I read turned out to then become canonized by post-crisis. So, post-crisis. But basically, Batman needs to crawl out of the darkness he has been submerged in since his childhood. I'm not saying that's like, look, DC has Elseworlds, right? Where it's essentially their version of What If, Marvel's What If. Where you have alternate versions of the character, like what if Superman landed in 1938 Soviet Union farmland? That's how you got Superman Red Son, you know, like. So I'm super willing to watch an animated movie or read a comic, like an Elseworlds comic or something of what if Batman was a killer originally, like, or something like that. Victor says, I really like the scale of animated, all the military bots meeting the cons are huge. I just like to me, scale is a big thing in any continuity, like, you know, whether it's Halo or Transformers, where it's like, you have to keep consistent to that, otherwise it throws people for a loop and takes them out of the world. So like, wait, they were, like, take the Godzilla vs. Kong movie. I watched that, I did a review of it on one of the podcast episodes, and Godzilla is shrunken in that movie just so that he can scale with Kong. And I would be lying if I said that didn't throw me for a loop the entire time, because we were told and shown consistently throughout all the other films up until this point that Godzilla was giant. Bigger than skyscrapers. And now he's not. It's like, when you're not consistent in following your own rule set, it means, it kind of shows you don't care, and then it means, well, why should the audience care? All in a spade. But anyway, let's watch this Batman Long Halloween. I'm gonna put the volume on so you guys can hear it.
I can't really be a lawyer and a criminal, can I?
I have to raise the volume all the way up, so I'm probably not going to be talking during it.
I can't really be a lawyer and a criminal, can I? I want to win. But do I want to win like this? I'm of two minds here.
So it's a coin flip.
So for anyone who doesn't know, the story is earlier on in career,
Johnny Vitti was murdered today.
where Harvey Dent is still
Has to be
DA.
taken down.
There's only room for one homicidal maniac in this town.
Why are you running?
You could use a little fun.
I like the animation.
I thought you didn't hurt people!
You thought wrong.
You still haven't figured out who killed Johnny Vitti?
A killer who only works on holidays. There's lots of crazy out there.
Once I take him out, things are gonna be different. We can start a family.
The city is fallen, Alfred.
Then we must endeavor to lift it up again.
Who is Holiday? And who's next?
Okay, not bad. Good trailer. I heard the movie came out already, but it's not. I don't have any way to watch it, so I have to wait. Besides, I kind of want to wait for part 2 to come out so I can watch it in one go and not part 1, then wait for part 2, and then watch it all in one go like I did with Batman Dark Knight Returns. Victor says no, Kong got bigger. No, Godzilla got smaller. Because Godzilla was bigger than aircraft carriers. And in that film, he was standing on it. So Godzilla got smaller. I mean, Kong probably got bigger too. But Godzilla definitely got smaller. Regardless, both changed size. And it threw me for a loop. Ruined continuity. Everyone says, I have my own Elseworlds for Batman as well as TMNT. Basically, swap the roles of the star heroes with the rogue galleries. In each, Batman is the villain while his heroes are good. Batman allies Robin, Batgirl, and Gordon are Cotton Mill. Love the look. Yeah, it looks great. This Long Halloween movie looks good. Oh, I might sneeze. Get myself. Ah, that was good. Close one. I did sneeze. Excuse myself, so you guys were lucky. Yeah, love the look, says Victor. Megan One says, I know this film is based on that comic that partially inspired The Dark Knight. Oh, the movie, yes. Yes. Actually, the comic, the Long Halloween, is a sequel to the Batman Year One, I think. If I remember correctly, I might be. I know Dark Victory, Batman Dark Victory, is a sequel to Long Halloween. But I can't remember if Long Halloween is a sequel to Batman Year One. Which, by the way, the animated movie is like 1-for-1 with the comic, and I love it. That is such a good movie. It shows Batman. It's the origin of Batman. Which, by the way, Batman Year One was the inspiration for Batman Begins. Like if you watch the animated movie, then watch Batman Begins, you'll see the mirrors. But Batman Year One is such a good movie, as well as the comic. But like the movie did it justice. Like they did the comic justice with the movie, and I hope to see the same here. Yes, Victor, Kong makes sense that he grew, but Godzilla doesn't make sense that he shrunk. So Turtles and Splinter are evil, and Shredder and the Foot are good. April is in love with Shredder. Victor Wolfong. Well, Kong makes sense. The skull. Yeah, I read that. Yeah. No, I agree. Kong being bigger makes sense. They even mentioned that he was like a child or something in his movie in Skull Island. But Godzilla shrunk. Megan One says, Long Halloween is popular like Year One, but not exactly a sequel. I don't think Frank Miller had anything to... That's right. Okay, so I was mixing... Yeah, so I was wrong. Yeah, I said I wasn't sure. But yeah, Long Halloween is... Long Halloween, Dark Victory, Haunted Night. Those are the three. That's why. I was mixing up Haunted Night. Haunted Night is a good one, too. It's like a little short Batman getting some fear toxin. Yeah, Frank Miller did a great job with Year One. They do reference Year One, though, in their Long Halloween comic. So I think it's supposed to be canon in that story. But so yeah, it's not a sequel, just it's canon in that story. Yes, because Falcone in the comic, I don't know if they did this in the I don't know if they're doing this in the movie, but in the comic, Falcone suffers like they even mentioned like the scar like events of Year One, like Catwoman scarring Falcone in Long Halloween and Dark Victory. Victor says, "You sure? I watched all the films at once, so I didn't notice any shrinkage." That line out of context, man. No, yeah, he shrunk. Because in Godzilla 2014, you see him right next to a aircraft carrier, and he is enormous compared to it. Like his spikes are big enough to shear the aircraft carrier in half. Yet in Godzilla vs. Kong, he's able to actually stand on an aircraft carrier. Makes no sense. year one is really. Especially since there's a really good line that Batman had, or Bruce Wayne has, at one point where he's shot and he's in the back of a car that police car that gets into an accident, and he, like, as he's getting out of the car, he sees the car is on fire and the cops are unconscious still in the car, and he's like, scum, maybe, but even scum have families. Like, and that, like, just adding another layer to why he doesn't kill, aside from the fact that he's a cop and legally not able to kill. But it was a nice touch. Anyway, I'm going to wrap up this episode because we've been going for almost 5 hours now, and it is 3:06 a.m. here. By the way, happy Independence Day, all of you. I'm going to do this real quick, actually. All right, guys. Yeah, America. All right. Happy Independence Day. Hope everyone has a good holiday weekend. And this has been Cam and Mando of Casting Shadows, episode 30. And until next time, remember to treat others that you want to be treated. Take care.